Welcome to the Mini Break, your daily podcast for the biggest storylines, results, and controversies from the tennis world. Today is Saturday, November 6th. What a day two of the ITA National Fall Championships we all got to experience. If you haven't been following along, come join us on our Crack Rackets YouTube channel as we cover first ball to last of the final major event of the fall college tennis calendar. Of course, on today's show, I want to recap all of Friday's action, talk about the round of 16 quarterfinals results we saw in singles, talk about the round of 16 doubles action we saw as our nightcap, name my most impressive performers, preview day three semifinal action in singles, quarterfinals, and semifinals in doubles, offer a couple of predictions as well. Of course, before I can do any of that, I want to remind all of you listeners that the reason these podcasts are made possible is because of the support we get from all of you, is because of the support we get from our Cracked Rackets Patreon family, and of course, is because of the support we get from our friends over at Tennis Point. You all know the deal. Best equipment, best prices, all in one location, tennis-point.com. You use our promo code CR15. Not only will you get 15% off your order, you'll get free 2-day shipping on all orders exceeding $75. Best of all, a free can of Wilson Extra Duty tennis balls. Again, that's tennis-point, the symbol, not the spelling, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. With that said, let's talk about day two of the ITA National Fall Championships. Let's start with our women's singles competition. We've got all seeds remaining in the draw. Should be a fascinating semifinal Saturday. Let's start at the top of the draw with arguably our most dominant performer to date. That title belongs to Cayetano. She's yet to drop a set in any of her three victories so far at this event. You look for her yesterday was a straight set win over Petra Voel of FSU. She then was the beneficiary of an upset at the top of the draw, knocks out Maria Kazireva of St. Mary's. You look for Cayetano. It's the explosiveness in the corner of the courts for the USC Trojans. She can just hurt her opponents from just about any position she finds herself in. Of course, she wants to be aggressive on top of the baseline, using her speed to take that ball early on the rise, move forward. She forced Voel into the outer thirds of the court. And what was particularly impressive, Petra Voel had set point in set number two. Cayetano, undeterred, she manages to fight through that deficit, take the second set 7-5. Again, closed out that match so strong and was phenomenal. Was in control from start to finish against Maria Kazireva, who I have to give a ton of credit to. She found herself facing deficits in just about every set she played in her round of 16 match against top seed Abby Forbes of UCLA. Now for Forbes, there were some jitters that we saw in 2021, in the 2021 spring season, reemerge here at this event. Certainly, she was up 5-4 serving for the first set. She was up 6-5 for serving for the first set. Ends up dropping that set in a first set breaker. Again, she was up 5-2 in the second set, gets broken, ends up serving it out 6-4. But that was a match Abby Forbes should have won in straight sets. And you know, again, she still made the match extraordinarily physical. It was about 2-hour, 45-minute long affair, but credit to Kazireva, who kept swinging, who, again, just kept putting that pressure on Forbes, kept asking the question. And for Forbes, there were just some tentative approach shots and just, again, tentative first volleys that gave Kazireva that second look at a pass. And she was too good from the grounds on the day. So, again, tons of credit to Kazireva for reaching the quarterfinals of this event. But, you know, again, that's a disappointing loss, certainly for Abby Forbes. She'll be fine. Not worried about her, but certainly that was a notable upset on the day. And then again, Cayetano cruising into the semifinals, where now she's going to face Iowa's Alexa Noel. Noel playing the match of the day with her quarterfinal 7-6 in the third set victory over ITA All-American champ Sarah Hamner of South Carolina. Of course, for those two players, that's a rematch of the ITA All-American final. Hamner delivering Noel one of her only two losses in her college tennis career. And look, is Alexa Noel the best player in college tennis we don't spend enough time talking about? One could argue the answer is yes. And when I say we don't spend enough time talking about, I mean I don't spend enough time talking about. The now second-year University of Iowa superstar is exactly that, a superstar. She was undefeated, 24-0 at the number one singles position for her Hawkeyes last season. Her only two defeats in college tennis. She injured her ankle at the NCAA tournament in the individual run. That's why, unfortunately, she ended up falling in her match. She also loses that ITA All-American singles final to Hamner, was down 5-2 in the third before forced to retire with injury. But look, when you watch Alexa Noel play, she's in it for the fight. She wants to make the match a track meet. She's going to throw backhand slice after backhand slice, neutralizing ball at you and just force you to do something, force you to make a move because, of course, her fluidity in the outer third, she's going to track down that ball. She's going to get a clean look at a passing shot, sneaky explosion on that forehand wing. She's ready to pass you, and she's going to throw up a for the freshman in what was likely hour number 6 for her, something like that, on court on the day. But that's a testament to the fitness of Alexa Noel. And I shared this anecdote on our broadcast yesterday when I went down to the NCAA tournament in Orlando in May. You know, some of you may see, you see this jawline. It's beautiful. If you're watching on our broadcast, if you're listening on the mini break, just imagine a beautiful jawline. Think, you know, peak Ryan Gosling, peak Ryan Reynolds, peak Alex Gruskin. That's where I'm at right now. Point is, I have to get in the workout room before those long broadcast days, have to do an hour of something. Otherwise, I'm just sitting around all day. That's, I suppose, an irrelevant factoid for all of you listeners, all of you viewers of this. Why is it relevant? Because there were 2 people I saw in the workout room every morning right alongside of me. One of them was Ohio State's Cannon Kingsley. The other was Iowa's Alexa Noel, who clearly has pro aspirations, who treats her preparation for each and every match, each and every day as such. And those little 7 a.m. gym sessions, they pay off in a match like this. So I'm just immensely impressed with Alexa Noel into the semifinals of another ITA major event here in the fall. She's going to be a top 10 player. She's going to be in the hunt for the NCAA championship in singles come May. And again, when you have a force like that at the top of your lineup, it trickles down to the rest of your team. So just keep an eye on Iowa. Alexa Noel might very well be the best player in college tennis this season. Yeah, that includes Navarro. That includes Stearns. That's how high I am on Alexa Noel. She's a fighter, and just the energy of that match. Hamner, Noel, it's a rivalry to watch. Their first 2 matches have gone 3 sets. Hopefully we get a third battle between them at some point during the year. But again, top half of the women's singles semifinals, Alexa Noel, who earns victories yesterday. By the way, 3 sets over Riley Tran, come from behind in her round of 16 win. And Tran, 2-handed forehand, the lefty, just wanted to hit that inside in forehand as much as possible. Noel, again, kept extending points, finding the backhand. And when she was able to overcome an early break deficit in the second, just kind of seized control in that second set, was able to take the third 6-1. That's Alexa Noel. She just wears you down. Semifinalist, again, taking on Erin Cayetano on your top half of the draw. Bottom half, Arena Cantos Siemers is going to Arena Cantos Siemers. Just work you around the court physically. That lefty forehand, so identifiable. You can tell within 2 seconds on the stream, because sometimes, you know, again, the courts aren't perfectly labeled with the players that they're playing on. And of course, our shout out to our friends at Track Tennis, Tennis Ticker, who have gotten immensely better. And we just can, again, broadcast continues to get better and better with each passing day. But the Ohio State third year is just, she has made the jump. I think she's ready to join the elite of the elite in women's college tennis. And does she have the overwhelming weapon? No, but her ability to find the corners, to work you around the court, and then her own fitness, you know, she is someone always ready for the fight. Quarterfinals for Ohio State's Cantos Siemers in at the ITA All-American. Now semifinals here yesterday was wins over Abigail Desietnikov of San Diego, then a win over Georgia freshman Mel Riasco, who she has it. Again, the lefty that has the physicality, has the shot tolerance, has, I suppose those 2 things are synonyms, but just the ability to move the ball around the court. And then just, again, her ability to fight and find her way out of tough situations. That it factor, the intangible things you need as a competitor in college tennis, it's a very clear Riasco has them already. The game is only going to improve as well. Great win for Riasco, 3 sets over Mississippi's Fakay in her first match. She then goes 3 with Cantos, who of course Cantos had a straight set win in her first match. Cantos just a little too much down the home stretch though. 6-3, 3-6, 6-3 victory she earns to now set up a matchup with number 2 seed Daria Freeman. And look, I mentioned this yesterday. I'll say it again today. We didn't get to see Freeman at the All-Americans. Had there been pre-qualifying, I guarantee you we would have seen her in the draw. And I mean, she was spectacular yesterday. 2 quality victories for Freeman over Rebecca Martena of Tennessee, 6-love, 7-6. Then 6-4, 6-4 win over Connie Ma, who played arguably, again, if Noel versus Hamner is match of the day number 1A, 1B is the match we saw between Connie Ma, the Stanford freshman, and sophomore for UNC, Fiona Crawley. And of course, if you were on the broadcast, you know one of our big topics on the day. We're ranking top Fionas of all time. I have Fiona from Shrek 1, Fiona Farrow 2. I'll go Crawley 3. I was told Fiona Apple, a late 90s, early aughts pop star, should be in that conversation as well. If any of you listeners can add any Fionas to the mix, at Great Shot Pod, at Crack Rackets, or come join us on our broadcast and tell us on our YouTube comments, the match was spectacular, and Crawley has never lost a dual match in her career and lost to Hamner in qualifying at the ITA All-American. And, again, at the time you thought, ooh, that's a tough loss for Crawley. Hamner goes on to win the damn thing. Not a tough loss at all. Fiona Crawley's got it. Again, her ability to take that ball early on the rise, the pressure she puts on you, the way she uses her speed, and, again, the firepower she can produce to just be the aggressor, point in, point out. It was a fantastic matchup, and I believe she raced out to an early lead over Connie Ma, but Connie Ma absorbs, redirects with the best of them, and her quickness as well as her springiness. She just is one of those quick twitch athletes along the line of a Tommy Paul, of a Fiona Farrow, honestly. Connie Ma's ability to absorb and redirect is special. She is going to have an exceptional freshman season in college tennis, and just, again, the way she scraps out that first set 7-6 was just rock solid in the tiebreaker, and then she was the one wearing Crawley down in the third, and it just felt like every time Crawley tried to approach the net, and Crawley did try to approach the net quite frequently. You loved that fact for her moving forward, the way she tries to leverage her aggression to move forward. But Ma came up with the goods in just about every time she needed to in the outer thirds of the court. It just felt like Crawley could never hit a good enough put away volley. Hopefully we get to see these two play again. And again, I think that's the future of college tennis right there. Crawley versus Ma. Ma earning the 3-set victory. You could tell towards the end of that match with Freeman, she just kind of ran out of juice there. But Daria Freeman, Katarina Jokic-esque in the way. Welcome into our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships. Alex Gruskin, ecstatic to be with you all on day 3 of the action, a day that's going to see semifinal main draw competition to start, quarterfinals, semifinals of the main draw in doubles later on today. Should be another extraordinary day of action at the Barnes Tennis Center in San Diego. Of course, what we're going to be doing here on this show throughout the day, providing what we call our red zone coverage of the event. Rather than lock in on one match specifically, we want to highlight all of the action happening around the ground so that we can capture all of the break points, all of the match points, all of the drama happening on each and every court. Of course, things start out with 3 main draw semifinal matches. And with that in mind, again, what we're going to do here at the start is introduce the 3 courts of play, introduce our 6 players competing for a spot in the ITA National Fall Championship final matches. Of course, with that in mind, super producer Daniel Westoff, let's go to center court, where we have a hometown hero competing on as your number 3 seed in the draw, August Holmgren, who I believe you see here on the near side of your court. Of course, you'd recognize that San Diego blue just about anywhere. It has been one heck of a fall for August Holmgren. It started in the professional ranks, where, of course, he got to compete as a wild card in qualifying at the ATP 250 held in San Diego about a month and a half ago. Holmgren knocked out a top 100 player in the world in Jordan Thompson in that event, now fell in the final round of qualifying, but was a fortunate recipient of a lucky loser spot in the main draw there. He got a learning experience where he matched up against Grigor Dimitrov, unfortunately fell up a bit short in that match, but you could tell that experience translated right away to the college level, as Holmgren ended up reaching the the finals of the ITA All-American men's singles competition, ended up falling in that match to Ben Shelton. But again, August Holmgren asserting himself as perhaps the best player in the state of California. And of course, given the depth of college tennis talent in that state, that is no light statement, I suppose, to make. But of course, Holmgren's got a test of tests here in the semifinals as he's taking on the #1 seed, a third year at the University of Washington, Clement Schiedek. Of course, you look for Schiedek. He was a semifinalist at the ITA All-American, also fell to eventual champion Ben Shelton. But you look at what the University of Washington Husky has been able to accomplish here at this event. Straight set victories for him in his first 2 matches, was pushed to 3 sets in his quarterfinal win over JJ Tracy. But when I think Clement Schiedek, I think just well-rounded game. Again, what is the weakness in his skill set? It's hard to identify for us here, at least at Cracked Rackets. Just again, whether it's the drive on the backhand, his ability to turn defense into offense on the forehand, his locations on the serve, his willingness to move forward to the net, and the sting he has on his first volley. When you're watching Holmgren, you expect +1 power. And you could argue his serve +1 as good as the Kingsley's, as good as the Boitans, as good as anyone's in college tennis. You have a little bit more well-rounded game style with Schiedek. So, of course, should be a fun contrast of styles here on court #1. Your #1 seed, Clement Schiedek, junior out of the University of Washington, taking on August Holmgren of San Diego. That match about to get underway here on Stadium Court. Should have mentioned this earlier, by the way, but to those of you who may want to lock in on an individual stream, you can do so. Thanks to our friends at Track Tennis. You can find links to all of the matches on the ITA website, wearecollegetennis.com. Of course, you can follow all the scores with our friends at Tennis Ticker. You can find out what courts these matches are happening on the Tennis Ticker app as well. But again, our goal here to provide red zone coverage to introduce all of the action. You see Schiedek serving far side of your screen to #3 seed August Holmgren. With that in mind, again, I want to introduce all of the players first before we lock in on any one match to start. Let's go to our other men's semifinal, bottom half of the draw, happening on court 11. You see him near side of your screen. I didn't know the Cardinal rocked pink, but that's Arthur Ferry of Stanford, #2 seed. 2 3-set wins for him yesterday. It was unfortunately one of them a match we didn't get to see, but you could argue his win over Sven Law in 3, just monitoring that scoreboard, was perhaps the most entertaining match to follow of the day on the men's side. Of course, for him afterwards, he ended the run of one of the guys of the fall here in 2021, Andre Iligan of the University of Hawaii, was a 3-set victory, come from behind after he dropped the first set in that one. Arthur Ferry also still alive in the doubles competition. He and his partner received a walkover win, into the quarterfinals last night. So for Ferry, #2 seed, sophomore for the Cardinal. Of course, last year was just a funky season for Stanford. Their season got started so much later than just about anyone else's. As such, they weren't able to have the practice time, have the continuity that is so critical at the highest levels of college tennis. But all of us in the tennis intelligentsia expecting a bounce back year from Stanford in 2022. Arthur Ferry going to be a big part of that story. But he's got a test on his hands today as he takes on #5 seed Mate Voel of Ohio State. Voel, far side of your screen. 5th-year transfer to Ohio State, coming from Oklahoma State. Of course, was super successful there. #1 singles, #1 doubles, NCAA qualifier. He's been exceptional here this fall. His first in Columbus, won the ITA All-American Consolation draw in singles. Was, again, fantastic wins for him along the way. As you look for Voel, what he was able to accomplish in winning that Consolation, beats Chris Rodesch in 3 sets of Virginia, gets a win over Henry von der Schulenburg of Harvard, gets a win over Tadeusz Perlek of Baylor as well. You look for Voel here in this tournament. 3-set win over Andrew Zhang in his first round match. You look for Voel after that. It was a straight set win for him over UCF and defending champion Trey Hildebrand yesterday, followed by come from behind 3-set victory over USC's Stefan Dostanek. Voel also still alive in the doubles competition. He and partner Robbie Cash, ITA All-American champions, #1 seeds here at this event as well. So you have 2 guys playing for quite a bit here today. And again, this could be one of 3 matches for both of them that we see them play on court throughout our action here on Saturday. So again, Voel serving on the near side of your screen, trailing love 1 on serve to Stanford sophomore, Arthur Ferry. That's our matchup on court 11. We've got both of our men's singles semifinals underway. We also have the first of our two women's singles semifinals. And if you are picking a match of the day on day 2, you are just wrong if you say anything other than Iowa's Alexa Noel's 7-6 in the third set victory over South Carolina's Sarah Hamner. Of course, that matchup was a rematch of the ITA All-American singles final. On that occasion, it was the South Carolina freshman Hamner earning a 3-set victory. On this one, it was Noel. And again, back and forth seesaw affair in the third set. Noel raced out to a lead, had the opportunity to serve for the match. Hamner then runs out to a 6-5 lead, pressures the Alexa Noel 5-6 service game, ultimately 7-1 tiebreak decision for the Iowa Hawkeye sophomore, who is always worth mentioning, has lost just 2 matches in her college career, that ITA All-American final to Hamner in last year's NCAA singles individual tournament where she hurt her ankle in one of her matches, was undefeated last year at number 1 for Iowa. And obviously, if you got to see any of Noel yesterday, you know she's going to make you work for it. At a minimum, if you want to beat her, you better be ready to play 2.5 hours of tennis. You see it already, that slice, her ability to just neutralize pace, get the ball back, to the center of the court, put herself in position to turn defense into offense. And, she's always going to track down that extra ball. This is going to be a fascinating matchup. How much does Noel have left in the tank? 2 3-set matches for her yesterday. A come-from-behind win over Riley Tran, and then again the 7-6 in the third win over Sarah Hamner. She's playing against the player who arguably has had the best form in this tournament, has yet to drop a set. That's Erin Cayetano of USC, who was a semifinalist at the ITA All-American. You look for Cayetano at that event. She ended up falling, I believe, in the semifinals to, I want to say not to Sarah Hamner. She fell to Alexa Noel. This is a rematch of their semifinal match. And on that occasion, it was a 6-love, 1-6, 6-3 victory for Noel. Now, of course, you look for Cayetano yesterday. She was down 5-4 in her second set to Petra Huel of FSU in the round of 16. Ends up winning that match in straight sets, was the beneficiary of the upset yesterday when St. Mary's Maria Kazireva knocked out top seed Abby Forbes. Cayetano, a 2-2 victory in that quarterfinal matchup. So again, she enters this battle in exceptional form as we have an early deuce point here on court number 10. And that's where we pick up our action. Let's rock and roll. Feels like a deuce point is a good place to start. So things start out with a hold for Alexa Noel here on court number 10. Let's go to center court if we can. We are either mid deuce point on center court, or that deuce point has just completed, and indeed it has. August Holmgren, early break of serve on center court, 1-low lead for him over Clement Schiedek. Meanwhile, we tune in here, 40-30, Arthur Ferry serving. Ferry, of course, reached the final round of qualifying at Wimbledon this year. Sends the volley bit wide. Of course, that high backhand volley, always tricky one to knock down. So a deuce point chance here for Monte Voel. Voel yesterday against Dostnik was up 6-5 in that first set, served for it before Dostnik got the break. Ended up taking that tiebreaker. Believe that ball was called out. Tough for us to see here on the stream, obviously. I believe that's a break for Voel. Oh, no, ball in. Incorrect by me. Yeah, again, it looked good. You could see a hand motion from Voel. Obviously, he gave the old-fashioned. That ball was good. Excuse me, maybe they're changing. I don't know. Little scoreboard confusion there still. We move back here to center court. August Holmgren showing off that +1 forehand. 30 love now. His 1 love service game. Had the chance to talk with Holmgren on our stream yesterday. Talked about how he's been so focused on that serve development over the past 6 months. Says that ability to make free points, create free points for yourself. It's the difference between a successful pro and an unsuccessful one. For him to go after that first ball here, 30-15. That's tough to beat. Fantastic footwork there to get around that shot. And then again, thought it was a good return from Clement Schiedek. Just too much +1 power there from Holmgren. Now 3 game points, 40-15. It's 2 love here on Stadium Court. Meanwhile, we have a game point for Cayetano on court 10, 40-15. Her opening service game. Now 40-30. By the way, confirmation. Ball was called good. 2-1 Ferry on court 11. What Cayetano has to do today. Noel's going to throw up, I would say, the over-under 75. Bump lobs like that throughout the course of a match. She'll ask every question of you. Cayetano's got to swing confidently when she has those opportunities. Does so there. Holds for 1-all. Of course, looking at Cayetano, excuse me. Entering her 3rd season as a USC Trojan. Went 11-6 overall last year in singles, 6-2 in the conference. Of course, USC has 3 players competed here this week. Cayetano, Selma Ewing, Snow Han. It's a team that made the round of 16. Last year's NCAA tournament was a surprise round of 16 for them. Upset wins in their regional. Now the team certainly looking to build off of that in 2022. $30 here now. West off if we can. Let's go to 11. Deuce point coming up here for Mate Voel. Break point chance number 2 for Arthur Ferry in this service game. Voel, of course, had the break point chance in the last one. Ferry's return goes in the net, though. 2-all here on 11. Let's go back to 10 as Cayetano's got 2 break point chances early on Alexa Noel here, 30-40. That's the ball, though. Good choice. Slightly poor execution. You have to be aggressive because you're not going to outgrind Alexa Noel. I can tell you that right now. Deuce point now coming up. Of course, for those of you unfamiliar with the no-ad format, Turner selects what side we're going to play the point on. Cayetano electing to receive on the deuce side. Really nice hitting from Aaron Cayetano. Misses the inside in forehand on 30-40 point. Goes inside out on the deuce point and now earns the break of serve. 2-1 lead for her here on 10. Meanwhile, it is all August Holmgren on stadium court. You saw them turning over there now. August Holmgren double break, 3-love lead. See the all-court game there of Mate Voel putting some pressure on Arthur Ferry, getting to the net. Of course, that's where Ferry wants to end up as well. That's what's going to make this one so exciting. Just the urgency from both guys to move forward. 15-all. Forehand sails a bit long on Ferry there. And again, you're going to see Arthur Ferry make some errors. I think what has so many so excited about his upside is the decisiveness that he plays with. Wants to be on that front foot whenever possible. Brilliant cross-court backhand there from Ferry, working that point. That's the thing he's going to have to do a little bit more of today. Very similar to his quarterfinal against Andre Illegan. Just be willing to embrace those 10, 15-shot rallies. That's the decisiveness you love to see. Early, on the rise, momentum moving forward in the court. 40-30 now for Arthur Ferry here. Just to keep us on serve in the first set. Ferry holds 4-3-2 here on court 11. Meanwhile, let's go to center. August Holmgren has had a fall of falls, folks. Very much in contention for that #1 preseason ITA ranking. I mean, he's been the guy here in college, both events. Of course, the 5th year. San Diego native had some success on the Pro Tour this fall as well. Or this summer, excuse me, reached a final, as well as a semifinal. Also made a quarterfinal in Monastir, where he lost to fellow collegiate, Rinky Hijikata. Again, you do wonder for Clement Schiedek. Such a physical match yesterday against JJ Tracy, even as he pulled away in that third set. Tell you what, though, if Holmgren's hitting the backhand like that, there's just not much you can do. Meanwhile, can we go back to 10? Not going to shock anyone to hear this. Alexa Noel, break point chances to get back on serve. That's what she does. Match hasn't started till Alexa Noel's fallen behind 2-1. Forehand goes a bit wide on her there, though. 30-40 here for Cayetano. Again, it's a good problem on Coach Swain's hands. Cayetano, Han, Ewing. It's a heck of a top three. Just about anyone in college tennis. Meanwhile, now deuce point. Couple of unforced errors. Noel right back to that ad side. Chat with Coach Leitner on the sideline. Ball sprays wide, though, from Cayetano. So Noel gets the break back for 2-all. Meanwhile, let's go back to Stadium. Things have gotten a little bit tricky for Holmgren in this service game now. Although it looks like he's, yeah, it looks like he managed to hold. All right, so now 4-love Holmgren here. And if you're Clement Schiedek, what seems like an obvious game plan, try to stay away from that Holmgren forehand is just much easier said than done. See just the pace, the depth of everything Holmgren's throwing at him now. Love 40. Who doesn't like to start a Saturday morning with a bagel? Holmgren inching closer to that by the point. He's the real deal, folks. August Holmgren. 5-love here on Stadium. Let's go to 11. Another break point chance for Arthur Ferry. Deuce point here. 2-3. Did Voel manage to hold? He did indeed. 3-all here on 11. Can we go to 10 now? Alexa Noel finds herself down another deficit in her service game. Love 30.
For sure.
it's fascinating because Alexa Noel's a good volleyer. You saw the way she got low there. The depth she's able to produce on that shot. Did not expect her to take that first backhand out of the air. And it just feels like for Noel moving forward, we know she's got the physicality, the fight, but she's got to develop that +1 weapon if the success in college is going to translate to the pros. There's something to it there in the success at the net. Something to keep an eye on throughout this match. We're going to guess that was out, given the racket gesture there from Noel, the great anticipation from her. Says 30 all, though, on the scoreboard. Maybe not. All right, it was a little fake out. Bravo. Okay, scoreboard's wrong. 15-40. Ball was out. Because that is the break of serve. Okay, yeah. Fake outs by me, folks. My apologies. 3-2 Cayetano leads. Let's go back to 11. If we can. I know we're locking in on a set point here on Stadium, but Mate Voel. Love 40 here in the 3-all service game of Arthur Ferry. Both of these guys have had multiple opportunities. Neither able to convert thus far. Meanwhile, we are keeping an eye on Stadium. If it gets to a set point, we'll hop over there. Don't want to miss out on that. Yeah, I don't know what the other... That's an appropriate reaction from Mate Voel. That cord goes against him. Still, 3 more breakpoint chances. Of course, all of these matches, 2 out of 3 sets, full third, no ad scoring, tiebreaker, 6-all. Would not surprise me at all to see Voel employ a little return and volley action here. Look for him to step up, take a cut at this return. Good return, better forehand from Arthur Ferry. Absorbs that depth so well. 30-40 here. Meanwhile, 15-30 on Stadium Court. Voel lets the ball drop. Now that high backhand volley is always a tough one to execute. We saw Ferry miss one earlier in the match still. He got the overhead. Unable to follow through now. Deuce coming up. Meanwhile, set point for August Holmgren on center. We're committed to this game. Sorry, folks. Ferry holds. Meanwhile, here's the set point. It's a brilliant set of tennis from August Holmgren. Halfway to another fall final here as he takes it 6-love from the top seed out of Washington. Meanwhile, we're back on 10 right now. Breaks exchanged early here in Cayetano Noel. Cayetano who struck first, broke for 2-1. Noel returned it in favor. returned the favor. There it is. That's the shot for Erin Cayetano. When she wants to play aggressively, she's going to run around, try and hit that forehand. Noel's going to give her opportunities to do that. Every time you see Alexa Noel turns to the slice, Erin Cayetano aggressively gets around that ball, trying to hit the forehand. The success she experiences with that ball, very likely to determine the outcome of this one. 15-30 here for Cayetano. Rare unforced error. Couple of them early here from Alexa Noel. 30 all. Meanwhile, if you're Washington's Clement Schiedek, what's the move here? Break the rhythm of August Holmgren, clearly playing his best tennis here in the fall. Of course, Holmgren was an All-American last season. WCC Player of the Year. Two more breakpoint chances here for Alexa Noel. Meanwhile, court 11 has tiebreaker written all over it. Pretty love votes when his 3-4 service game. First game of the second set underway on center. See the apology. It's Cayetano's slice. It's that net tape. That's a good changeup. I like that tactic from her. Moving forward. Hitting that first one as a swinging forehand. And take every extra half second away from Alexa Noel that you can. Because you know she's going to track down the ball. It's just how much time does she have for her response. Deuce point coming up here. Another one early in Noel Cayetano. Ball sails wide from Noel. Cayetano escapes with the hold there. 4-4-2. Meanwhile, sloppy error there from Arthur Ferry. We've seen a couple of them here early on. You do wonder. 6 sets of tennis for him yesterday. Faced Law, faced Iligan. To take him an extra 30 minutes to get his legs going here this morning. It's a nice serve, though, from Mate Voel. Oh, excuse me. It's the serve that was out, not the return. So now deuce coming up. Right back on that ad side. See him sort of grabbing at his legs there, though. Again, that was an aggressive pull from Arthur Ferry. 4 all Voel holds. Meanwhile, can we go to stadium? Maybe on a change over there. If so, here we go. He's on the board, folks. Clement Schiedek holds for 1 love there on stadium. Let's go back to 10. Noel, 30 love now in her 2-4 service game. And again, this is the second matchup between these two this fall. Noel, 6 love, 1-6, 6-3 victory over Cayetano in the ITA All-American Semifinals. That matchup on clay. This one on hard courts, though, given these court conditions, not too far off.
Watch out.
Some news from a college in the pros standpoint. Will Blumberg partners with Max Schnur, Blumberg, North Carolina, Schnur, Columbia. They win their 3rd challenger title in the last 2 months as they knock out former Virginia Cavalier Trent Huey. Partner Nelson in the final of the Charlottesville Challenger, again for Will Blumberg. 16-1 now in doubles. Early on here in his pro career, 3 challenger titles, the Newport title with Jack Sock as well. Have yourself a day, Will Blumberg. Hopefully we can sneak him onto the broadcast at some point here this weekend.
Watch out.
Stop me if you've heard this before, but another deuce point coming up here in Noel Cayetano. Ball sails a bit wide from Cayetano. So Noel escapes 3-4. Meanwhile, Voel about to serve 4-5. Clement Schiedek, though. Schiedek a 2-love lead here in the second set. Holmgren was just striking everything so cleanly. in set number 1. Meanwhile, though, we're locking in here on 11 as Mate Voel serving to stay alive in the first. Both he and Arthur Ferry have had numerous breakpoint chances here in set 1. By the way, for those of you curious, going to get a Djokovic-Medvedev rematch in the Paris Masters final. Djokovic 3-set win over Hubie Hurkacz today. Medvedev 2-2 victory over Alex Zverev. Now we lock in here. 30 love for Voel. That 40 love. Mate Voel holds at love 4-5 all here on 11. Let's go to center. Want to see what's going differently here. As it's 40 love. Clement Schiedek leading August Holmgren here. In the second set. Might as well take that rip when you're down 40 love still. Story of this match has been momentum swings. And right now, the momentum's with the Washington Husky. 3 love. He leads here in the second set, back to 11. 5 all, Ferry, Voel. Either guy able to capitalize on their chances here in the first set. We hop in at 30 love in the Ferry service game. Ferry holds 6-5 here on 11. We'll come back as the Voel service game returns. Meanwhile, we're here on 10. It's been a match decided on the margins. The biggest weapon on the court thus far has been the Cayetano forehand. When she's made it, she's had success. But of course, Alexa Noel going to keep giving you opportunities to produce an error. Good serve there from Cayetano for 40-15, though. And again, about 6 hours on court for Noel yesterday. 3 sets over UNC's Riley Tran. 3 sets for ITA All-American South Carolina champion Sarah Hamner. Meanwhile, for Cayetano, straight sets over Voel, 2-2 in her quarterfinal matches. It's aggressive hitting, though, from Cayetano. Stretching those legs of Noel. She holds 4-5-3. Voel serving now 5-6. Far side of your screen. Beautiful volley from Arthur Ferry. Comes up 2-0 in that final round qualifying match against Talon Greekspor. 7-6 sets in sets 3 and 4. Of course, legs gave out a little bit on him in the 5th. Still, when you look at the roster for Stanford, Geller, Ferry, Boyer, Saw, Bassing. Of course, did feel like last year was a bit of an underperformance. You have to factor in a lack of court time. In fact, their season got started about 8 weeks later than everyone else's. That's why I'm expecting a big bounce back from the Cardinal here in 2022. Love 30 for Ferry. It's a bold shot choice. See him sort of slapping his head about it. Meanwhile, can we pop over on center quickly? I don't know if there was a gentleman's agreement. I bagel you, you bagel me. Clement Schiedek, love 40. Now 15-40 here. August Holmgren service game. We can pop back in on this a little bit later. Looks like we're headed towards the third. Meanwhile, let's lock in here. 15-30 for Voel. Tell you what, there's a physicality Ferry's played these last 2 points with. Always helps to have a love 30 scoreboard lead. That's efficiency there from Arthur Ferry. Hold and serve, keep in pace. He senses his opportunity, locks in 3 set points here for the Cardinal sophomore. Meanwhile, there is a set point right now for Cayetano on 10, 30-40 in the Noel service game. We'll head there next. That's a brilliant passing shot from Voel. So 30-40, he fights off 1 of 3. This is what the red zone coverage is all about, folks. We want to make sure you're able to see all the big points happening on the ground simultaneously. How about that for a second serve from Alexa Noel? So deuce points now on 10 and 11. Let's go to 10 quickly. Deuce point here. A 3-5 service game of Alexa Noel. Again, 5-6 deuce on 11. Ball goes wide from Cayetano. 4-5 we play on court 10. Meanwhile, again, was 15-40. Now deuce here for Voel. with the goods on the last 2 points. What's he got here? Second serve look for Ferry. We saw him miss a return like this earlier in the match. Much better margin from the Cardinal this time. He breaks, takes a 7-5 first set here on court 11 while we wait for the action to resume on 10. We go to Stadium Court where right now it is all Washington Huskies. Clement Schiedek, your number 1 seed. An Asiago with cream cheese in that first set. Holmgren came out swinging. It's been all Huskies since. Seems to have made that adjustment. 15 all here for love. By the way, coming up in about 1 minute, folks. Semifinal number 4. Marina Cantos Siemers of Ohio State taking on Daria Freeman of Princeton. Also got Consolation singles action coming up a little bit later as well. Well, here again, Holmgren. Schiedek, 4-love, 40-15 here. This looks to extend that lead to 5-love. What a changing of the tides here. Let's try and see what's changed. That's good serving. Testing the Holmgren forehand. Keeping him honest there out wide. He holds 4-5-love. Meanwhile, let's go to 10. 5-4 Cayetano serving for the set. She just had 2 set points. Was a second serve down the tee. Ace from Alexa Noel. Seems fitting. It's kind of her persona. And draws the error from Cayetano to hold. Meanwhile, now love 30 here in the Cayetano service game. So what Alexa Noel does, never out of the match. 4 break points now, love 40. $15.40 now. Meanwhile, again, match is about to come on court. Cantos Siemers taking on Freeman. We've also got Yepafanova of Stanford, the uber-talented freshman, former Junior Slam finalist, taking on Virginia's Natasha Subash. Number 4 seed Lisa Czar bounced back yesterday for her. She's taking on Tessa Pornaklo of Iowa State. Goes wide from Cayetano. You see some frustration there. 5-all now here on 10. Meanwhile, again, your men's consolation matches. Kotzen, Columbia taking on Kentucky's Diallo. Pietro Felin, Pepperdine, taking on Jordan Hassan of Oklahoma. We'll keep an eye on all of those matches as they're getting out on court to warm up now. You can see a couple of them next to you on the left here on this court. Now 5-all here. It's a very nice approach shot from Alexa Noel, and you can see she's hitting through that backhand more frequently now. Only playing the slice when she's on the complete stretch and when she is really trying to cut that slice onto the ad side of the court, force Cayetano to hit a backhand. She does there. Brilliant placement on that approach shot. 15 love here. Meanwhile, looks like Holmgren is going to get on the board 4-5-5-1 on center court as Schiedek serves for that set. We'll head over there. Meanwhile, we do have court assignments for our other matches. I'll get to those momentarily. Cantos Freeman on court 9. So that is the court you see on the left side of your screen. Yepafanova Subash 16, Zar Naklaus 17, Felin Hassan 18. But if we can, Westoff, we'll check back in on 10 momentarily. Let's go to center. Clement Schiedek serving for the set, up 5-1 on August Holmgren. It was a 6-love first set again for Holmgren. See, that's the point we saw from Holmgren in the first set. The court positioning on top of the baseline, taking that ball on the rise as opposed to letting it bounce. Schiedek's flipped the script, though. And you see him, again, no two balls in the same direction, trying to keep Holmgren on the move. That play from a tactical standpoint. I think that's a good miss, though. And again, you're up 5-1 here. Can afford to take some chances in this service game. You see, just even if it is two balls in the same direction, one's topspin, the next is slice. It's better variety. It's better depth. But still, when August Holmgren's on his front foot, again, as powerful as any player you're going to come across here in the nation this season. Opportunity for Holmgren here, 15-30. Meanwhile, we've got a 5-all deuce point on 10. We're keeping our eye on. Can we pop quickly to 10 for that deuce point, Westoff? Deuce point coming up here for Alexa Noel. 5-all service game in a match that's been filled with deuce points thus far. Decisive hitting from Cayetano. That's when you know you're feeling it, when you're willing to hit that shot in this moment. She breaks back for 6-5 here on 10. Let's go back to stadium. Schiedek now 40-30. 2 set point chances here. Send us to a third. By the way, Arthur Ferry's gotten the break on 11, so 7-5, 2-love. He leads. Really love Schiedek's ability to take that forehand early down the line, pressures the Holmgren backhand, draws the error. We're going the distance here on stadium. Don't think that's a surprise to anyone. Meanwhile, we're going to get back to 10. Can we go to 9, Westhoff? Introduce our final main draw semifinal here of the morning session. Again, it's our women's singles semifinal coming on court, and on the near side of your screen, number 2 seed Daria Freeman. She's yet to drop a set in this event. Wins over Mertena, and a very impressive straight set win over Stanford's Connie Ma yesterday. Shades of Katarina Jokic in Freeman's game. Just watch the ferocity with which she swings her racket on that backhand side, the racket speed, ability to go from offense to defense, but also play defensive defense to offense, excuse me, but also play defensive tennis off of that forehand wing. That's Arena Cantos for you folks. Most identifiable forehand, in my opinion, in the women's game. Lefty, third-year Buckeye. Gonna be expected, I should say, to take the leap into the elites of college tennis. She wants to take her Buckeyes to the next level here this season. Quarterfinalist was Cantos at the ITA All-American. And Freeman's got the backhand, I think, to handle the Cantos forehand well. The question is, how does she keep Cantos on her back foot? Not allow Cantos to get into those playbooks side to side to side to side. So Cayetano holds 4-1 all. Meanwhile, back to 10. This is our last first set of the 10 a.m.s on the board. Don't think it'll surprise anyone to see Alexa Noel making a push here. 15-30 in the Aaron Cayetano service game. This was a rematch of the ITL American semifinal, a 3-set battle won by Alexa Noel. This one feels critical, though, for Noel to take this set, just given how much energy she expended on the court yesterday. Excuse me. Again, 2 3-set wins over Tran, over Hamner. Set points now for Cayetano. Ace down the tee, 7-5 for the USC Trojan. One set away. The biggest final of her college career. Meanwhile, let's check in on 11. Right now, it's all Arthur Ferry in set number 2. Ferry, a 7-5, 3-love break of serve lead now on the Ohio State Buckeye 5th year. Both players could be seen later on today as they participate in the doubles for Cash, or for Voel. He and partner Robbie Cash, ITA All-American champions, will be taking on unseeded, but I would argue top 10 team in the country, and Finn Bass, Sven Law. Meanwhile, for Ferry, he and partner Alex Rothstart taking on Trey Hildebrand, Bogdan Pavel of UCF. Those matches, by the way, coming up. Scheduled for 3 p.m. Eastern time. You imagine they're going to end up a little bit later than that, given 3 p.m. Eastern time's in 45 minutes. Both these guys still on court. Voel gets on the board here, 4-3-1. Meanwhile, let's go to Stadium, if we can. Super producer Daniel Westoff. Watch the early goings here of set number 3. It's been 5-0 starts for Holmgren in set 1, Schiedek in set 2. Let's see if Schiedek can't blunt some of that momentum here early on. Shirt change for August Holmgren. Now in the white. Other side of your screen. Much better tennis from August Holmgren there, getting back to finding that forehand. Assertively here. His return games, 15 all now. Meanwhile, again, we are now up to 8 courts active on the grounds of the Barnes Tennis Center. All of those matches available individually on the Track Tennis feed. Scores available with our friends at Tennis Ticker. That's cute there. From Clement Schiedek, very, very cute. Drop volley. Great hands. Took a couple of extra shots. Brilliant defense there from August Holmgren. You can tell feeling it in his legs after that point still. Big, aggressive hitting from Clement Schiedek. Now 40-15 here in his opening service game. Meanwhile, Arthur Ferry, 7-5, 4-1 up in our other men's singles semifinal. Keep an eye on that match as it reaches the finish line, if it reaches the finish line. Both women's semifinals now underway. Cantos, Freeman on serve, 2-1 first set. First set 7-5 to Aaron Cayetano over Alexa Noel. Backhand sails wide though for August Holmgren. So 1-all here on center court. Let's go to 11 if we can. Let's see if Mate Voel, how much fight he's got left in the tank. Setting 4-1. One break of serve only. Two Stanford's Arthur Ferry. So your only two players still alive in both the singles and doubles main draws. Rena Cantos still alive in the doubles back draw. I like that tactic from Ferry. He guesses deuce side and he says, oh no, I'm not going to cheat back. Don't worry. Voel holds to the last second. It's okay. I'll head to the open court. 15 love. Love here on 11. We go to 9. Deuce point for Daria Freeman in her 1-2 service game against Rena Cantos. Looks like we caught them midpoint. Again, this is the deuce point. Great tennis. Early hands on the thighs moment for Rena Cantos. You can tell again, that's a lung buster sort of point. Freeman holds 4-2 all back to 11. 40 love for Voel here. He tries to just keep pace. Set number 2 against Arthur Ferry. Currently trails by a set and a break, 7-5, 4-1. Voel holds 4-2-4 here. Shout out to the Westhoff fans in our comments right now. I'm a Westhoff fan. You should be too. Makes all of our Cracked Rackets commentary possible. Let's see if Monte Voel doesn't have one last push in him here. Well, 15 lead. Starting the Arthur Ferry 4-2 service game. Turns. It's long there on Voel's 15 all. Nice serving there from Arthur Ferry. Again, Ferry was one of the highly touted freshmen joining the college tennis ranks last season. There's another guy. I mentioned the Wimbledon qualifying run. That wasn't his only success over the course of the summer. Quarterfinals, semifinals, a couple of futures. Finds himself here. A couple of keen points. Extend his lead 5-2 here in our men's singles semifinal. Good ball, though. Monte Voel. It's not going away quietly. You love to see that from the fifth year. Deuce point coming up. It goes right back to that ad side. So he missed that return a little long. Earlier in the game, wonder if that, again, does he try to go big here? Just like Ferry did on the break point in the first. And we play on court number, I believe, 11. Voel gets the break back on serve, 7-5, 4-3. Meanwhile, let's go to center if we can. I know Freeman just got the break of Cantos on 9, but a little bit of difficulty here for Clement Schiedek. 40-30. His 1-2 third set service game. This match been all about the momentum swings, was all Holmgren through the first 30 minutes. Schiedek adjusted in set number 2, has come out swinging here. You see the big serve down the tee plus the big fist pump. 2-all now on center court. Let's go to 10. Cayetano. First set over Alexa Noel was a seesaw affair. She now has break point chances. And it looks like she's secured the break to take a 7-5, 2-1 lead. Stay here, 2-all on center. Again, we've got all 8 of our day's semifinal singles matches, front draw, consolation, you name it, on court right now. Right now, they're on serve 2-all in Subhash Yepafanova, 2-all in Hassan Felin, 2-all in Kotsin Diallo, 4-love for Tessa Pornaklo of Iowa State over Lisa Czar. We know Lisa Czar, though, not afraid to play a 3-set match. So we'll keep our eye on all of those. In the meantime, let's focus in on our main draw match happening on Stadium. And Schiedek's just forcing that extra ball a little bit more out of Holmgren now. It's the first set, by the way, Holmgren's dropped of the tournament. That second set to Schiedek. 2-all, 15-all here in the third. Not much you can do about that. 30-15 there. And of course, if you are August Holmgren, that's what you turn to. When you play on your terms, you know you can still beat just about anyone, regardless of the score. And a few more first serves. Stay confident, stay swinging on that forehand wing. Good aggression from Holmgren, who of course turns to the sideline there, the San Diego native. Pretty nice crowd for a Saturday morning in San Diego. And August Holmgren holds for 3-2 here on center court. Meanwhile, back on serve on court number 11. Let's go there next if we can. So we stay here on center court again. Scoreboards around the board. Voel, game points to hold for 4-all on 11. Cayetano now 7-5, 2-1, 30-love lead on 10. Freeman's up a break on 9. See the frustration beginning to build for Arthur Ferry. Felt like he was about 10 minutes away from the finish line. Now all of a sudden 4-all here in set number 2. Again, both of these players still alive in the doubles as well. Here for Voel, though, the depth on his return of serve has gotten better and better throughout the course of this match. Love the intention there from Arthur Ferry. Just catch Voel off guard. Force him to change direction. Good play on the ball by Voel. Just a little too much juice. 30-15 now for Ferry here. If we can, want to stop, let's go to 9. Deuce point for Freeman. Cantos, second straight game where Daria Freeman's pushed to a deuce point. Currently leads Arena Cantos 3-2 by a break of serve. How safe does that break lead feel, though, given the return skills of Arena Cantos? Double fault from Freeman. 3-all here on court number 9. Meanwhile, let's go to center. Oh, excuse me, 11. Thank you. He knew what I meant. Brilliant volley there from Arthur Ferry. You see Coach Paul Goldstein, who I believe, make sure my facts are correct here, did not win this event. Excuse me. Oh, he did indeed in doubles. That's what I thought it was. 1995, he and Scott Humphreys. But it's been all Voel here, folks. 4 games in a row for the Buckeye. He now leads 5-4. Going to serve for that set when we come back. Meanwhile, 3-all here on Stadium Court. Third set between top seed Clement Schiedek of Washington, third seed August Holmgren of San Diego. Meanwhile, Alexa Noel. Noel breaks back for 2-all in her match on court 10. She's not going away quietly. It's 3-all as we saw on court 9. Ooh, Westhoff, I'm going to ask you to queue up court 16, though, because I do want to go queue in on that. Let's see the end of this service. Let's see a couple more points here, but I want to go check in on our court 16 matchup. Further this match goes on, the more you love to have the easy weapons of August Holmgren. He lands that first serve. He hits the first forehand. It's going to have success against a bunch of different people. Regardless of level. It's much better hitting from August Holmgren here. 40 love now on court. Meanwhile, I lied. We're not going to go 16 next. We're going to go 11 next as Mate Voel serves for the second set against Arthur Ferry. Force a third set there. Send both of our men's singles semifinals to a third. It's 40-15 here on center. Meanwhile, let's just go to 11. No disrespect to Holmgren, Schiedek, but Mate Voel here. 15-all serving to send us to a third. Set points coming up here for Mate Voel. Here, 40-30. Two more coming still. Meanwhile, Cayetano got the break right back on 10. 7-5-3-2. She leads. It's a very nice volley from Arthur Ferry there. Sneak attack for deuce. Interesting to see the service position of Mate Voel. He's so eager to find a first forehand. Stays almost at the alley on the ad. It's the forehand that draws the backhand error from Ferry. We're going 3. Here on court 11, 6-4 second set to Mate Voel. Meanwhile, we're back on center. 15-all. 4 service game of Clement Schiedek. That's what August Holmgren will do to you. That forehand power. Effective from just about any position on the court. Schiedek trying to keep Holmgren in the outer third, but Holmgren with some magic there. 15-30. Interesting to see how quickly Schiedek got to the line there to serve. Heck of a stretch there from Schiedek just to retrieve those first 2 balls. And again, you see no backswing on his backhand there, just absorbing, trying to redirect the pace of Holmgren. But pace indeed provided by the Toro. 15-40. 3 break points here for Holmgren. Give himself a chance to serve for this match. Gumption. That's the word that comes to mind with that sort of on the rise backhand. We've seen him hit it a couple of times. When you do it once, you might be renting it. When you do it a couple of times, you own the shot. Brilliant ball from Schiedek there just to force Holmgren to come up with something special. Holmgren unable to. Still 2 break points, though, for the San Diego native. Well, student, I suppose, not native. You get the point. Ball a little bit long there. And he draws the backhand error. So August Holmgren now serving for the match. 5-3 in the third. Meanwhile, we pop over to court number 9 for a deuce point. Another deuce point in the service game of Daria Freeman. She double faulted in this position just 2 games ago. Let's see what the Princeton Tiger number 2 seed has here for Arena Cantos. It's a bold shot attempt from Cantos. That's what she does. On the rise, try to get you moving directions. Freeman holds 4-4 all. Meanwhile, again, 5-3. 15 love there. Now for Holmgren, he's 3 points away. Meanwhile, Aaron Cayetano, 4-2, 15-30 lead for her in an Alexa Noel service game. She's close to the finish line as well. We'll try to catch all the action here on our Red Zone stream. Doubles matches supposed to go on court around 3 p.m. Eastern time, noon Pacific. Going to take a brief break after all of our main draw singles semifinals matches are done. That means we're sticking around through the end of Cantos Freeman. Before we take a break, highlight our doubles action later tonight. A quick break today, efficiency. Because again, we know you want to watch all these main draw matches. We want to watch them with you. But you know what time it is, Westhoff. Give me that sound effect. 40 love for August Holmgren. August Holmgren, finalist at the 2021 ITA All-American event, now finalist at the ITA All-American National Fall Championships. He earns a 6-love, 1-6, 6-3 seesaw victory over top seed Clement Schiedek of the University of Washington. 1 semifinal now in the books. And who's he awaiting the winner of? Voel, Ferry on court 11. We'll get back to that a little bit later, though. If we can, Westhoff, I know it's 4-all here on court number 9. We're keeping our eye on it. Alexa Noel, though, did hold 4-3-4 on court number 10. That match, closest ending of a set we have anywhere on the board. Oh, can we quickly pop over to 16? Now might be a good moment to do it. We have a set point on 16. For Alexandra Yepafanova of Stanford, near side of your screen. What a first set that would be, taking it from college tennis veteran at this point, Virginia's Natasha Subash. Yepafanova does it. 6-3 first set over the Virginia Cavalier. Let's go back to 9 if we can. We've got break point chances for Daria Freeman. 15-40 here. Just after facing some break point chances in her own service game, she's returned the favor. Meanwhile, was a 6-love set for Tethaporn Naklau of Iowa State. She now trails 2-love. Second set to Lisa Zara. That match has 3 sets written all over it. Break point chances here for the Princeton Tiger. What depth from Daria Freeman. Tiger breaks. 5-4 here on 9. Let's go back to 10. Aaron Cayetano serving up a set and a break. 7-5, 4-3, 15 love. She's looking to avenge an All-American semifinal loss to her opponent today, Alexa Noel. The question on all of our minds, how much gas does Noel have left in the tank After 6 hours of tennis on Friday, you see her staring down, trying to find that zone. Trying to find that one extra gear here that she knows she's going to need. If that ball sailed wide on Cayetano, who again, we said from the start, that forehand's been the ball for her. She's had more success than not. No, that ball lands in. So 30 love here for Cayetano. And that shot probably the biggest weapon on the court for either of these two players. When Noel's missing returns like that, you just do have to wonder. And I'm not trying to take away anything from Aaron Cayetano, but that's uncharacteristic. No doubt from the Iowa Hawkeyes. Still 40 love, 4 game points here. Put herself 1 game away from the final. Yep, you can just see the struggle for Alexa Noel. Aaron Cayetano 3 points away. Meanwhile, I know super producer Daniel Westoff has his eye on court number 9 in the Cracked Racquets Red Zone order of operations. Match point trumps set point. Keep an eye on that as well. Again, this feels like we're nearing the finish line. 15:30 now. Cayetano 2 points away. ITA All-American final. Be the first player to reach the final of this event, which of course used to be called the ITA National Fall Champion. Used to be called the National Indoor Championship. Excuse me. The first player from USC since Maria Sanchez, 2010. Only the 4th USC player in history to reach a final, joining Sanchez, Jewel Peterson, Helen Staden, and Carolina Coleman. 5th player in program history. And there it is, Aaron Cayetano. 7-5, 6-3. I didn't cue the slow clap. That one's on me. Was trying to give you all a history lesson. Here's some history for you. She avenges her loss at the ITA All-American to Alexa Noel. Cayetano, 5th Trojan in event history to reach the final. We go now to court number 9. Who is Cayetano going to face? Is it going to be Princeton's Daria Freeman? Is it going to be Ohio State's Arena Cantos Siemers? Right now, both players struggling in their service games. 15:30 here for Freeman. Meanwhile, for the record, first player since Jose Luis Noriega in 1992 is August Holmgren from his school, San Diego, to reach the final of this event. Of course, 1992, Jose Luis Noriega. That match was played indoors, so he's the first to do it at the outdoors, but heck of an accomplishment from August Holmgren. There's the tweet for you all, by the way. Deuce point coming up. Feels fitting. We play on here on court number 9. Expect anything different? Oh, shout out to you, Westhoff, covering me on the slow clap. I appreciate that. Again, 5-all here on court number 9. We go back to 11 on serve in the third. All now. Third set, Ferry serving far side of your screen. Both of these players doubles action later today. Of course, for Arthur Ferry, played 2 3-set matches yesterday. You do wonder how much is left in the tank. Meanwhile, another match I know Buckeye faithful will have their eye on. J.J. Wolf, I believe, is now 48-12. 80% win percentage in his career at the challenger level. Currently up a 5-4 break of serve in part 3 of his rivalry with Stepan Kozlov. Kozlov beat him at the Columbus Challenger a couple of weeks ago. Wolf returning the favor last week in the Las Vegas final. Kozlov took the first set 6-1. Now 5-4 Wolf serving for the set. Of course, that action on livestream.com/ATP. I know my friend Mike Cation on the call there. For you Buckeye natives wondering, Wolf serving for that second set in Charlottesville. That's a heck of an overhead from Arthur Ferry. Had to get creative. Puts that ball away. 3-2 now in the third set. Meanwhile, 3 more chances for Daria Freeman to get that break of serve right back. Cantos, double faults. And again, Freeman a second opportunity to serve for the match. Worth noting, I appreciate that call out, Jay. John Parsons pointing out another Buckeye Cannon Kingsley into the Ithaca Futures Final. Had him on our Cracked Interviews podcast a few weeks ago. He said his goal for the fall is to win a pro title. Has the opportunity to do so this week. Sure, we'll get him on our Cracked Interviews podcast if he does. Now we go back to court 11. Again, Buckeyes abound here on Saturday. Sure, they've got a football game that's relevant. You've got Voel, Kingsley, Wolf, Cantos, Siemers competing. It's a nice shot there from Monte Voel. 15 love now. Of course, we're keeping our eye on court number 9. We'll go back there as soon as Daria Freeman's service game begins. Watch the ending of that set. Meanwhile, first doubles match now on center court. Crawley, Scotty taking on Colin Shivatapan. Of course, for Scotty, Elizabeth Scotty of North Carolina, NCAA doubles champion last year. Was with a different partner, but so was her opponent, Texas's Kylie Collins, when they faced off in that final. So a nice little rematch early in the season between those two foes. Fun time to be a college tennis fan here on a Saturday. Meanwhile, 15-all again in this service game. Are we back on 9, Westhoff? Let's go back to 9. Opening point here. Daria Freeman, Princeton Tigers, number 2 seed. Broken serving for the set in her last service game. It's been broken a couple of times here in the first. Races off to a 15-love lead. Following the Cantos forehand error. See here now, Daria Freeman. 1 point away in the first set. Meanwhile, there's a break point chance for Arthur Ferry on 11. We're going there next, folks. I promise. Ball sails long. First set to Freeman, right to 11. Given the anger there from Voel, one would assume Arthur Ferry has broken 4-4-2. And that he will serve indeed. 4-2 Ferry. He was up a set in 4-1 not too long ago, but now has reasserted his control of this match. Far from over. Get here for Ferry now. 15:30. Voel making a late push. Such a good ball there from Mate Voel. Just like that, he's back in this, folks. 15:40, 3 breakpoint chances to keep us on serve, or get us back on serve, excuse me. Voel breaks right back. Keeps us on serve here. 3-4 in set number 3. Meanwhile, let's see. Let's check in on some of our other matches. Let's go over to Stadium, shall we? For our first look at the doubles. Collins, Shivatapan taking on Crawley and Scotty. That's a Texas UNC matchup. Oh, excuse me. They're not on Stadium. That's incorrect. Still, you see the warm-up going on here. Going to have to find out what court they're on as that match is underway. See some matchups happening elsewhere as well. Let's go check in on some of our singles matchups, though. Can we go over back to 16? Yepafinova gets the break back of Natasha Subash. This is a fascinating one for me because, again, you look at the Stanford roster. Subash near side of your screen. I would argue Stanford's got as high of an upside as just about any team in the country this year. You know the freshman. Yepafinova. Connie Ma. Of course, you look up and down the rest of this roster. Just crazy, crazy amounts of talent. Angelique Blake back. Anna Geller back. Kayla Gordon back. Valencia Shu as well. Seems to be really, really good. I'm telling you right now, folks, they're going to be back in the mix here in 2022. Man, when she is on her front foot, Yepafinova can't play. Early rise. It's her momentum behind that ball as well. It's a heck of a forehand there. It's a nice point there from Natasha Subash. Again, such a well-rounded game. Short angles. They take that ball early on the rise. now on 11, as you can see. Voel 3-4, 30-15, home stretch. Arthur Ferry not going away quietly. Wants to end this match here and now. We all in the Voel service game. Meanwhile, Freeman starts out set number 2 right away with the break of serve. So 7-5-1 love. She leads. It's too good though from Monte Voel. That +1 forehand going to work just about anywhere. 30 all now. And again, Voel, your ITA All-American Consolation champion, essentially a 5th place finish. Bunch of good wins for him at that event. And he holds here. 4-4 all against Arthur Ferry. Of course, the big storyline, none of the top 10 ranked men entered in this ITA National Fall Championship in men's singles. Of course, obviously, it's paid dividends for a guy like Cannon Kingsley making finals this week, and for the plethora of players that were competing at the pro level in Fayetteville. But despite all of that, surprisingly on script here. In the men's singles competition, 4 of the top 5 seeds, your singles semifinalists. The only top 4 seed missing is number 4 seed Stefan Dostanek, who is beaten by number 5 seed Monte Voel in a 3-set match. That is not a good serve from Arthur Ferry. Double faults to start out this 4-all service game. Meanwhile, again, we're trying to figure out all these doubles courts assignments. As soon as we do, get those out there over to you. Voel felt like he got a good look at that ball. Quite able over that finish line. Those were definitely 2 points Voel would like back. Just not the errors you want to make at this stage of the match. Looks like he's almost gave those away here, 30-15. Nothing you can do there. That's money. Down the tee from Arthur Ferry now. He's got 3 game points. It's on serve 5-4. Well, I seem to see some Carolina on the court next to them. I'm going to assume that's Scotty, Crawley, Colin, Shivatapan there on 12. Well, you see here break point chances for Arena Cantos. Get you back on serve here on 9. 30-40 now. We go back to 11. See this game point from Arthur Ferry. Ferry holds 4-5-4. So back to 9 right now. Again, Cantos, 2 more chances to get us back on serve here in the second set. Was a seesaw. Apologies for using that term again. Back and forth. Ball goes wide from Cantos, pleading with head coach Melissa Schaub, asking, what did I do wrong there? You told me move forward, hit the overhead. You know what Coach Schaub's going to say? You did nothing wrong there. You got the ball you wanted, just missed it a smidge wide. So now deuce point. Can Freeman escape another service game? It's been a theme for us early here. the first 45 hour and a half, for hour 15 of this match. Oh, that's the one you kick yourself over again. The point construction for Irina Cantos has been stellar. The execution flawed to love Freeman. That's what Freeman will do to you, by the way. Not only does she have the nice pop on the backhand, she scraps. I'm in on the Princeton Tiger. Oh, good ball by Voel. You see this theme picking up. Continues to keep Ferry on his back foot. Whenever he gets a +1 ball, he's jumping on it. Moving forward to the net. See here now, Voel, 30-15, again, 2 points away from bonus time. So really, again, I like the attempt, but Arthur Ferry too quick there. Again, his feel around the net when you're starting to play inside those service boxes, that's when the best version of Arthur Ferry begins to show. 30 love has become 30 all. We're 2 points away here, Westhoff. I may need you to cue that slow clap sound effect. The miss hit from Ferry. Tried to take that ball on the rise early, short hop that return, just unable to time it quite right. And now 40-32 game points for Voel to extend us to 5 all. It's big serving from the Ohio State Buckeye. We play on here on court number 11, 5 all. Stick around here for a moment. I know, again, super producer Daniel Westhoff's got it in the queue. Actually, can we go to 12 quickly? Our quick broadcast. Indeed, we can. It's ready. Let's go to 12. Break points right now for Elizabeth Scotty. 1-2, 15-40. She and Fiona Crawley taking on Texas's Kylie Collins and Charlotte Shivathapan against Scotty. Collins met in the final of last year's NCAA doubles championship. It was Scotty and McKenna Jones, a 3-set win over Collins and Lulu Sun. But the first strike here goes to the Longhorns. 3-1. They lead on 12. We'll keep our eye on that as we transition to the doubles here this afternoon. Again, we've got doubles quarterfinals, doubles semifinals scheduled here tonight. All of those matches starting to filter out on court for those curious. You've got Crawley, Scotty, Collins, Shivathapan out there. McDaniel Martin versus Simon Sava on court 7. Mura Tanglig versus Sasnaskaya. Starbatseva versus Marco Maxted versus Vaziri Waldeeb. And Brilliant Killingsworth versus Herrero, Lenana, Krywaj. All that action out on court right now. But we've still got a couple. Can you pop over to 9, please, for me, Westhoff, quickly? Of course, we're keeping our eye here on 11, but right now on 9, feels like this could be, I don't want to say the match for Freeman, but boy, does she have all of the momentum right now. And indeed, 30-40 here. 2 more break point chances for her to really double break It feels like Cantos has had so many chances in the first hour of this match, wasn't able to capitalize. Again, forces the extra ball from Cantos. She's missed a couple of overheads here early. That one goes long. So 3-love Daria Freeman. She's closing in on an ITA National Fall final against Erin Cayetano. Would be, I believe, the first player in Princeton history to reach the final. Excuse me, first women's player to reach the final. It's a nice hold for Arthur Ferry, 4-6-5 here on court 11. In the meantime, let's go back to 12 if we can. Going to try and figure out all of the court assignments for our doubles moving forward. Right now, 40-15 here for Collins and Shivatapan serving on the far side of your screen. North Carolina has 2 doubles teams into the quarterfinals here of the ITA Fall National event. That'll do, though, for the Longhorns. They hold 4-4-1 in the meantime. Let's go back to 9. What can Irina Cantos Siemers do to break the rhythm of Daria Freeman? She's had plenty of opportunities. Will she still maintain that confidence to keep swinging here? Love 15 in the Freeman service game. But she's just spraying a bit today. The calibration just a little bit off this morning here for Irina Cantos. Again, to any of you just joining us, welcome in. Alex Gruskin of Cracked Racket. So excited to be here on day 3. Big hitting from Freeman off the backhand wing. To answer your question, John Parsons, who are the Princeton players who have made the final in the past in singles? There are 2 of them. Jay Lapidus, 1980. Then Ted Farnsworth, 1983. Your 2 Princeton Tigers to reach finals here. Used to be the indoor event, now the ITA National Fall Championships. Meanwhile, we're back on 11. Early Love 15 lead.
What is this?
Got Love 30 now for the Stanford Cardinal. 2 points away, as you can imagine. Plenty of Stanford Cardinals have had success with this event over the years. Give me the clap, Westoff. You know what time it is. 4 match points coming up for Arthur Ferry. Arthur Ferry, backhand down the line, does it. 7-5, 4-6, 7-5. He takes it over 5th seed from Ohio State, Mate Voel. Now, both of these players still alive in the doubles competition. We'll see both of them on court, likely in about an hour. For now, we go over to our final single semifinal. Daria Freeman, 1 point away from a 7-5 4-love commanding lead over Arena Cantos Siemers. Stop me if you've heard this before. Deuce point coming up here. And another. Oh, excuse me. Just a long pause there from Arena Cantos. She wanted to throw me off. That's fine. So now 4-love Freeman. Can we go to 16 quickly, Westoff? Just a quick pop over on 16. Where we've got match points for Yepifanova over Natasha Subash. That'd be a heck of a win for the Stanford freshman. Looks like Subash has fought off first. So 40-15 here gives us an excuse. Westoff. Do that sound effect, please. Excuse me, I believe now 40-30 here. So there it is. Unconventional handshake. Yepifanova coming to express her fondness for Subash, but in the end, another impressive win for the Stanford freshman. It's just not bouncing. Arena Cantos' way here this morning. 15-30 now. Freeman commanding position here. It's a game point. Almost feels like a match point here for Daria Freeman. All of those missed chances in the first set for Irina Cantos starting to take their toll. Freeman is too solid in the outer thirds of the court. She'll serve for the match. 7-5, 5-love. Meanwhile, you look elsewhere. Let's go to 12. We know the action happening out there. Collins, Shivatapan of Texas taking on Crawley and Scotty of UNC. It's 5-2 right now for the Longhorns. Single break of serve. And now 30-15 here in the service game of 2021 NCAA doubles champion Elizabeth Scotty. That's 40-15 now. Of course, their partners, their teammates, Cam Mora, out on court right now with freshman Toglig playing Sasnaskaya, Starbatseva of Old Dominion. Got a bunch of matches on court right now. 5 of them in the doubles. Also got a couple of backdraw singles matches still unfolding. Of course, Scotty Shivatapan played one of, if not the most memorable match. Well, I think we'll agree Lulu Sun versus Tasha Pachkaleva in the NCAA final was most memorable, but 1B was Scotty Shivatapan at the National Indoor, so nice to see that rivalry renewed. But we're back on court number 19, where Daria Freeman serving to become the first Princeton women's tennis player in history to reach the singles final. Cantos not quite ready to go away yet, though. Another passing shot, draws an error from Cantos. Feels like she just might be a 20% success rate for her moving forward. She's had the chances, just an inability to execute today. 15 all here for Freeman. Freeman, difficulty here, but she's had difficulty in all of her service games. She's managed to find ways to dig herself out of them. all-court game of Daria Freeman. Another break point fought off. 30-40 now. Meanwhile, again, after this game, we're going to take a brief break in our Cracked Rackets coverage. We'll be back for some quarterfinals action. Be here for the semifinals for certain as well. Worth noting, of course, Lee Cesar, after dropping a love 6 first set to Tassaporn Naklau, now up 6-4-3 love. They're in the third. Taking the second, 6-4. All right, that's one for Irina Cantos. It's a start, and I know it's twisted logic. You look at the scoreboard, you say this match all but finished, but if you're Irina Cantos, you can convince yourself, and especially if you're a tennis player, we all tie ourselves in knots saying, well, I can do this. I can do this. You have to believe in yourself. It's an individual sport. You can tell yourself, I've had about 17 chances on deuce points in my own service game, on break point chances. I should have won that first set. Why can't I rip off a 6-game run here now? An opening double fault's not going to help. Cantos can get this hold. It's a hold she needs more than anything else. She's had plenty of success, hey, great shot, in the Freeman service games. The question is, in those return games, in those service games of her own, can she find some success? Nope, that ball missed a little wide. So now love 30 here. We're 2 points away from our finals field being set. That's the ball. Cantos has miscalibrated all day long. 4 match points coming up for Daria Freeman. Westhoff, cue it, please. There it is. Aaron Cayetano, 7-5-6-1. First player in Princeton women's tennis history to reach the finals of this ITA National Fall Championship in singles. So our finals are set. On the men's side, you're going to have August Holmgren of San Diego taking on Arthur Ferry of Stanford, an all-California battle. Of course, on the women's side, USC's Aaron Cayetano taking on Daria Freeman of Princeton. Worth noting, neither woman has dropped a set thus far in our singles competition. It's going to be a fantastic Sunday of action. But of course, we are not quite done with our Saturday coverage yet. Quarterfinals of doubles ongoing across the grounds. We're going to try and figure out some court assignments, figure out where we take our coverage next. But rest assured, there will be a next. More coverage still to come. Of course, a shout out to our friends at Track Tennis providing the streams this weekend, making all of this possible. A shout out to our friends at Tennis Ticker as well for providing us with the scoring and court updates. Thank you to the ITA, Dan Johnson, Tim Russell, the entire team for having us here. But for now, and shout out as always to our super producer, Daniel Westhoff on the 1s and 2s. But for now, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You are watching our Cracked Rackets coverage of Day 3 of the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships. Welcome to the Mini, your daily podcast for the biggest storylines, results, and controversies from the tennis world. Today is Saturday, November 6th. What a day two of the ITA National Fall Championships we all got to experience. If you haven't been following along, come join us on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel as we cover first ball to last of the final major event of the fall college tennis calendar. Of course, on today's show, I want to recap all of Friday's action, talk about the round of 16 quarterfinals results we saw in singles, talk about the round of 16 doubles action we saw as our nightcap, name my most impressive performers, preview day three semifinal action in singles, quarterfinals, and semifinals in doubles, offer a couple of predictions as well. Of course, before I can do any of that, I want to remind all of you listeners that the reason these podcasts are made possible is because of the support we get from all of you, is because of the support we get from our Cracked Racquets Patreon family, and of course, is because of the support we get from our friends over at Tennis Point. You all know the deal. Best equipment, best prices, all in one location, tennis-point.com. You use our promo code CR15. Not only will you get 15% off your order, you'll get free 2-day shipping on all orders exceeding $75. Best of all, a free can of Wilson Extra Duty tennis balls. Again, that's tennis-point, the symbol, not the spelling, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. With that said, let's talk about day two of the ITA National Fall Championships. Let's start with our women's singles competition. We've got all seeds remaining in the draw. Should be a fascinating semifinal Saturday. Let's start at the top of the draw with arguably our most dominant performer to date. That title belongs to Erin Cayetano. She's yet to drop a set in any of her three victories so far at this event. You look for her yesterday was a straight set win over Petra Voel of FSU. She then was the beneficiary of an upset at the top of the draw, knocks out Maria Kazireva of St. Mary's. You look for Cayetano. It's the explosiveness in the corner of the courts for the USC Trojans. She can just hurt her opponents from just about any position she finds herself in. Of course, she wants to be aggressive on top of the baseline, using her speed to take that ball early on the rise, move forward. She forced Voel into the outer thirds of the court. And what was particularly impressive, Petra Voel had set point in set number two. Cayetano, undeterred, she manages to fight through that deficit, take the second set 7-5. Again, closed out that match so strong and was phenomenal. Was in control from start to finish against Maria Kazireva, who I have to give a ton of credit to. She found herself facing deficits in just about every set she played in her round of 16 match against top seed Abby Forbes of UCLA. Now for Forbes, there were some jitters that we saw in 2021, in the 2021 spring season, reemerge here at this event. Certainly, she was up 5-4 serving for the first set. She was up 6-5 for serving for the first set. Ends up dropping that set in a first set breaker. Again, she was up 5-2 in the second set, gets broken, ends up serving it out 6-4. But that was a match Abby Forbes should have won in straight sets. And again, she still made the match extraordinarily physical. It was about 2-hour, 45-minute long affair, but credit to Kazireva, who kept swinging, who, again, just kept putting that pressure on Forbes, kept asking the question. And for Forbes, there were just some tentative approach shots and just, again, tentative first volleys that gave Kazireva that second look at a pass. And she was too good from the grounds on the day. So, again, tons of credit to Kazireva for reaching the quarterfinals of this event. But, again, that's a disappointing loss, certainly, for Abby Forbes. She'll be fine. Not worried about her, but certainly that was a notable upset on the day. And then again, Cayetano cruising into the semifinals, where now she's going to face Iowa's Alexa Noel. Noel playing the match of the day with her quarterfinal 7-6 in the third set victory over ITA All-American champ Sarah Hamner of South Carolina. Of course, for those two players, that's a rematch of the ITA All-American final. Hamner delivering Noel one of her only 2 losses in her college tennis career. And look, is Alexa Noel the best player in college tennis we don't spend enough time talking about? One could argue the answer is yes. And when I say we don't spend enough time talking about, I mean I don't spend enough time talking about. The now second-year University of Iowa superstar is exactly that, a superstar. She was undefeated, 24-0 at the number 1 singles position for her Hawkeyes last season. Her only 2 defeats in college tennis She injured her ankle at the NCAA tournament in the individual run. That's why, unfortunately, she ended up falling in her match. She also loses that ITA All-American singles final to Hamner, was down 5-2 in the third before forced to retire with injury. But look, when you watch Alexa Noel play, she's in it for the fight. She wants to make the match a track meet. She's going to throw backhand slice after backhand slice, neutralizing ball at you, and just force you to do something, force you to make a move, because of course her fluidity in the outer third, she's going to track down that ball. She's going to get a clean look at a passing shot, sneaky explosion on that forehand wing. She's ready to pass you, and she's going to throw up a bump lob, as she did millions of times seemingly against Sarah Hamner yesterday, but she just kept asking the question of Hamner, and you could tell, again, it was a 6-love first set for Alexa Noel. Hamner was a bit off at the start of the match, and you could understand why. Hamner, physical, come from behind 3-set win in her round of 16 over Selma Ewing. By the way, even losing 7-6 in the third, Sarah Hamner's legit. Sarah Hamner is going to be a top 10 player here in 2022. It's just a question of how high in the top 10 will she ascend to. Again, it's so impressive. Loses that first set to Selma Ewing 6-4 and just, refines her footing, continues to swing away, takes that match in a third. And, after getting bageled in the first set against Noel, she was undeterred. She came out swinging in the second set, I believe, takes that second set 6-2. And look, this match was a slugfest. Alexa Noel races out to a big lead in the third set, had an opportunity to serve for the match. Hamner fights that off and ends up going up 6-5 and pressuring Alexa Noel in her service game. And then we get to the breaker. And just again, that was the death by 1,000 paper cuts method of Alexa Noel. She just kept making extra ball after extra ball, coaxing on forced errors out of Sarah Hamner, who did not play her best tiebreak. And you have to wonder how much gas was left in the tank for the freshman in what was likely hour number 6 for her, something like that, on court on the day. But that's a testament to the fitness of Alexa Noel. And I shared this anecdote on our broadcast yesterday when I went down to the NCAA tournament in Orlando in May. Some of you may you see this jawline. It's beautiful. If you're watching on our broadcast, if you're listening on the mini break, just imagine a beautiful jawline. Think, peak Ryan Gosling, peak Ryan Reynolds, peak Alex Gruskin. That's where I'm at right now. Point is, I have to get in the workout room before those long broadcast days, have to do an hour of something. Otherwise, I'm just sitting around all day. That's, I suppose, an irrelevant factoid for all of you listeners, all of you viewers of this. Why is it relevant? Because there were 2 people I saw in the workout room every morning right alongside of me. One of them was Ohio State's Cannon Kingsley. The other was Iowa's Alexa Noel, who clearly has pro aspirations, who treats her preparation for each and every match, each and every day as such. And those little 7 a.m. gym sessions, they pay off in a match like this. So I'm just immensely impressed with Alexa Noel into the semifinals of another ITA major event here in the fall. She's going to be a top 10 player. She's going to be in the hunt for the NCAA championship in singles come May. And again, when you have a force like that at the top of your lineup, it trickles down to the rest of your team. So just keep an eye on Iowa. Alexa Noel might very well be the best player in college tennis this season. Yeah, that includes Navarro. That includes Stearns. That's how high I am on Alexa Noel. She's a fighter, and just the energy of that match. Hamner, Noel, it's a rivalry to watch. Their first 2 matches have gone 3 sets. Hopefully we get a third battle between them at some point during the year. But again, top half of the women's singles semifinals, Alexa Noel, who earns victories yesterday. By the way, 3 sets over Riley Tran, come from behind in her round of 16 win. And Tran, 2-handed forehand, the lefty, just wanted to hit that inside in forehand as much as possible. Noel, again, kept extending points, finding the backhand. And when she was able to overcome an early break deficit in the second, just kind of seized control in that second set, was able to take the third 6-1. That's Alexa Noel. She just wears you down. Semifinalist, again, taking on Erin Cayetano on your top half of the draw. Bottom half, Arena Cantos Siemers is going to Arena Cantos Siemers. Just work you around the court physically. That lefty forehand, so identifiable. You can tell within 2 seconds on the stream, because sometimes, again, the courts aren't perfectly labeled with the players that they're playing on. And of course, our shout out to our friends at Track Tennis Ticker, who have gotten immensely better. And we just again, broadcast continues to get better and better with each passing day. But the Ohio State third year is just she has made the jump. I think she's ready to join the elite of the elite in women's college tennis. And does she have the overwhelming weapon? No, but her ability to find the corners, to work you around the court, and then her own fitness, she is someone always ready for the fight. Quarterfinals for Ohio State's Cantos, Siemers at the ITA All-American. Now semifinals here yesterday was wins over Abigail Desietnikov of San Diego, then a win over Georgia freshman Mel Riasco, who she has it. Again, the lefty that has the physicality, has the shot tolerance, I suppose those two things are synonyms, but just the ability to move the ball around the court. And then just, again, her ability to fight and find her way out of tough situations. That it factor, the intangible things you need as a competitor in college tennis, it's a very clear Riasco has them already. The game is only going to improve as well. Great win for Riasco, 3 sets over Mississippi's Fakay in her first match. She then goes 3 with Cantos, who, of course, Cantos had a straight set win in her first match. Cantos just a little too much down the home stretch, though. 6-3, 3-6, 6-3 victory she earns to now set up a matchup with number 2 seed Daria Freeman. And look, I mentioned this yesterday. I'll say it again today. We didn't get to see Freeman. Welcome to the mini break, your daily podcast for the biggest storylines, results, and controversy. And if they get John McNally back, they go from, a national title contender to maybe the national title contender. And that's even with Florida. And that's even with, again, all of these other schools as well, because the Buckeye, Florida, Tennessee, Virginia, Texas, I'm not going to list them all. You guys get the point. Ohio State's got talent. We'll get in again. Tracy 0-1 over Alexa Buchan. He won that match in like 45 minutes, and just the speed he plays with in the backhand, he gets better drive on it. The forehand's as heavy as you're going to see in college tennis. And again, the serve leaves a little bit to be desired, but it's gotten bigger and he hits his spots really, really well. The +1 ball has gotten better. He's gotten more comfortable moving forward, leveraging his speed to beat you to the spot. And yet Schiedek just had more in the Schiedek was just a little bit better at everything. The forehand, a little bit bigger. The volleys, a little bit more sting behind them. The serve, that much more oomph on it. And, both of these guys play backhands, low line drive shots. But again, what's the weakness for Schiedek? He moves well. He, attacks well. He defends well. Guy's just an all-around player. Again, a really well-rounded game. He's going to be right up there at the top of college tennis. Do not sleep on Washington's Clement Schiedek, who's into the semifinals, wins over Rogers and Tracy. Good performance for Andrew Rogers here, round of 16. But now it's going to be fascinating, as obviously Schiedek more well-rounded. We know with August Holmgren, big serves, big forehands. That's the name of the game. We had the chance to talk to him on the broadcast yesterday. He talked about why these slow, high-bouncing conditions at the Barnes Tennis Center are perfect for his game. And of course, this is where he beat Jordan Thompson when he played the ATP event in San Diego. For Holmgren yesterday, 5-2 win over Mississippi's Finn Reynolds, 2-6 win over Oklahoma's Mason Byler. What a result for Byler, by the way, much needed for this Oklahoma team. Beats, 3 sets over Body in round 1, 3 sets over Alafia Aini in round 2. Was a really good match against Holmgren. Went up an early break in set number 2, but Holmgren in the end, 2-6 victory. Holmgren's moving extraordinarily well. And I said this on the broadcast, I'll say it here. I think his serve forehand combo is the most decisive combo in college tennis, or maybe not the most decisive, but it's right up there with the Kingsley serve +1, with the Boitan serve +1. That's how big Holmgren's hitting the ball right now. And again, he plays on his terms. You always like a player that plays on his terms, and he's getting more comfortable closing at the net. The serve has that much more sting on it. What's plan B? What's plan C? What's plan D? I think we're all still looking for that answer. I think he's looking for that answer as well, but plan A is damn good. So keep an eye on August Holmgren. I think we all are at this point. Finalist at the ITA All-American, semifinalist here now. He's going to take on Clement Schiedek, in the top half of the draw. In the bottom half, it's Mate Voel taking on Arthur Ferry for Voel yesterday. Straight set win over defending champ Trey Hildebrand of UCF. That was a big hitting move forward, +1 strike tennis, exactly what you expected to see in that one. Match number 2, we got to see the creativity of Voel, the feel, the movement. I thought he played really, really well in his 3-set victory over USC's Stefan Dostnik. And, for Voel, he served for the first set up 6-5. Dostnik gets the break back, takes the breaker 7-4. It was all Voel after that, and he just wore Dostnik down. And it was a tough day for Dostnik. First match, 7-6, 6-2. He knocks out Andres Martin, but that was a physical first set for him. And Again, in the end, you could tell Dostik ran out of steam a bit in that third set, but Voel, man, the serve, the forehand, he doesn't have the most athletic looking body, but he's sneaky quick in those outer thirds. His first step, his speed, his fluidity is going to surprise you. And then again, the authority and the strength he puts behind that +1 forehand, the volleys, the slice, the variety he can play with. He's going to be a really good Buckeye. I think Ty Tucker's going to enjoy his year with Mate Voel. Impressive day for Voel, who, by the way, also advanced to the semifinals of quarterfinals, of doubles with Robbie Cash. And yeah, they won the ITA All-American too. Voel is just a guy you slot into the top of your lineup, singles, doubles. You feel good about getting him as a contributor again. Voel can play, folks. 6-7, 6-4, 6-1 win over Dostik. I didn't again, I thought it was a good day for Dostik. I still think his ball is as impressive of a ball as you're going to see, just how heavy he hits that, particularly the forehand, but even the backhand side, and his strength, his fluidity in the outer thirds for a guy with that strength. I'm still all in on the Dostik bandwagon. I thought he was going to win this match after he stole that first set. But again, credit to Voel, who took it to him in sets 2 and 3. And then credit to Arthur Ferry, shot maker, wants to move forward, just has the pro athleticism, the springiness in the outer thirds of the court, the decisiveness to move forward, the wherewithal to know, all right, I'm taking this ball on the rise and moving in. It's that time. And, for Ferry yesterday, 2 tricky matchups. First, 3 sets over very much informed Sven Law of Baylor. And, Law went up an early break in set 1. Ferry fights back 7-5, 4-6, 6-3. He takes that match. And then, he dropped the first set against Hawaii's Andre Iligan, and the lefty's just going to make you work and move you around the court. And he's going to be 6 feet behind the baseline grinding. And it was my first time watching Iligan. I'm a fan. I'm in. He's got the physicality you need to compete at the top of men's college tennis. But Ferry was the more decisive of the 2 players. And again, more authoritative moving in. It just felt like even in the moments he was, falling behind Iligan, it was because the errors were piling up for Ferry, less so perhaps than the damage Iligan was doing. Nevertheless, Ferry, 3-set victory. Super impressed for Andre Iligan, first quarterfinalist at this event in University of Hawaii history. And again, it's been a record-setting fall for him overall. But credit to Arthur Ferry. And again, he and Voel playing in your semifinal today, both still alive in the doubles quarterfinal as well. I want to talk about that momentarily. Quickly, backdraw. It's going to be Jordan Hassan of Oklahoma, who gets good wins yesterday over Max Westphal of Vero Relegado, taking on Pepperdine's Pietro Felin. What a day for Felin. Wins over Musatelli and Nikola Slavic. That is exactly what you want to see. If you're Pepperdine coach Adam Shackerley, as you try to figure out, we've got like 7, 8 guys, but who goes where? We know the Young 1, Rogers 2. What are we doing after that? Pietro Felin certainly proving that he belongs in that conversation. Great bounce back day for Kentucky's Gabriel Diallo. Wins over Taha Badi in straights, Jeffrey van der Schulenberg in straights. Those could be main draw matches. And for Diallo, it's going to be at that number 2 singles position. That's just a good bounce back for him after his first round loss to Elafia Aini. He's now got Alex Kotzen of Columbia, another similar great bounce back after a disappointing loss to Alexa Buska, of Arkansas. He gets a 3-set win over Aguilar of TCU, then knocks out Tad McClain in straight sets. Diallo, Kotzen is as good of a match as any you're going to see, main draw or otherwise. So should be a fun day of men's singles. Then quickly on the doubles, there was only 1 round yesterday. We're going to focus on them more on tomorrow's podcast. All top 8 seeds still alive in the women's doubles competition. To me, the team that's impressed me most thus far is the team of Fiona Crawley and Elizabeth Scotty, and they've got a battle on their hands as they're going to take on Kylie Collins and Charlotte Shavatapan of Texas. But again, it's seeds across the board. 2 North Carolina teams. You got Zarin Flores in there as well. Makarova, Goldsmith, Sasneskaya, and Starbutseva. You've got, the champs of the ITA All-American, Killingsworth and Brylan as well. It's going to be a really, really fun day of women's doubles. Again, quarterfinals, semifinals scheduled for day 3. And then on the men's side, Voel, Cash, Bass, Law. That just might be your best match of the day, period. You've also got McDaniel, Martin of Georgia Tech taking on the Charlotte duo, Coy Simon, Stefano Sava. Love a little mid-major representation. You've also got Hildebrand, Pavel taking on Rothstart, Ferry, Vives, Marcos, Maxted, taking on the unseeded but obviously dangerous duo of Spaziri and Waldib. Those are your matchups for day number 3 at the ITA National Fall Championships, excuse me. And of course, to all of you, I said it at the top, you want to follow any of the action, join us on our Cracked Racquets broadcast. We will be streaming from first ball to last, covering all of the main draw action here today. Again, we will be back tomorrow to recap all of that action in case you miss out on anything. Of course, a shout out to our friends at Track Tennis, to our friends at Tennis Ticker, without whom none of our coverage would be possible. A shout out to our friends at the ITA as well, Tim Russell, Dan Johnson, just across the board running a spectacular event, and we are thrilled to be able to be a part of it. Of course, I'm well aware there's Paris Masters action going on, Billie Jean King Cup action going on, JJ Wolf, Stefan Kozlov Part 3 happening in Charlottesville. We're going to save all of that for a mega podcast on Monday with a guest to be named, but for now, we're focusing on the ITA National Fall Championships, and we hope you join us. A shout out, as always, to our super producer, Daniel Westoff, who's been killing it day in, day out, minute in, minute out, hour in, hour out. A shout out as well to our friends at Tennis Point. Go to tennis-point.com, use that promo code CR15 with all of that set. For our friends at Track Tennis, at Tennis Ticker, at the ITA, at Tennis Point, for super producers Fliegner and Westoff, and from all of us here at both Cracked Racquets and the Tennis Channel Podcast Network, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You know what we say. That's the break, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. Welcome to the Mini Break, your daily podcast for the biggest storylines, results, and controversies from the tennis world. Today is Saturday, November 6th. What a day 2 of the ITA National Fall Championships we all got to experience. If you haven't been following along, come join us on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel as we cover first ball to last of the final major event of the fall college tennis calendar. Of course, on today's show, I want to recap all of Friday's action, talk about the round of 16 quarterfinals results we saw in singles, talk about the round of 16 doubles action we saw as our nightcap, name my most impressive performers, preview day 3's semifinal action in singles, quarterfinals, and semifinals in doubles, offer a couple of predictions as well. Of course, before I can do any of that, I want to remind all of you listeners that the reason these podcasts are made possible is because of the support we get from all of you, is because of the support we get from our Cracked Racquets Patreon family, and of course, is because of the support we get from our friends over at Tennis Point. You all know the deal. Best equipment, best prices, all in one location, tennis-point.com. You use our promo code CR15. Not only will you get 15% off your order, you'll get free 2-day shipping on all orders exceeding $75. Best of all, a free can of Wilson Extra Duty tennis balls. Again, that's tennis-point, the symbol, not the spelling, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. With that said, let's talk about day 2 of the ITA National Fall Championships. Let's start with our women's singles competition. We've got all seeds remaining in the draw. Should be a fascinating semifinal Saturday. Let's start at the top of the draw with arguably our most dominant performer to date. That title belongs to Erin Cayetano. She's yet to drop a set in any of her 3 victories so far at this event. You look for her yesterday, was a straight set win over Petra Huel of FSU. She then was the beneficiary of an upset at the top of the draw, knocks out Maria Kazireva of St. Mary's. You look for Cayetano. It's the explosiveness in the corner of the courts for the USC Trojans. She can just hurt her opponents from just about any position she finds herself in. Of course, she wants to be aggressive on top of the baseline, using her speed to take that ball early on the rise, move forward. She forced Huel into the outer thirds of the court. And what was particularly impressive, Petra Huel had set point in set number 2. Cayetano, undeterred, she manages to fight through that deficit, take the second set 7-5. Again, closed out that match so strong and was phenomenal. Was in control from start to finish against Maria Kazireva, who I have to give a ton of credit to. She found herself facing deficits in just about every set she played in her round of 16 match against top seed Abby Forbes of UCLA. Now for Forbes, there were some jitters that we saw in 2021, in the 2021 spring season, reemerge here at this event. Certainly, she was up 5-4 serving for the first set. She was up 6-5 for serving for the first set. Ends up dropping that set in a first set breaker. Again, she was up 5-2 in the second set, gets broken, ends up serving it out 6-4. But that was a match Abby Forbes should have won in straight sets. And, you know, again, she still made. Welcome back to our Crack Brackets coverage of the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships. Alex Gruskin, thoroughly excited to introduce some doubles actions to all of you joining us on the stream today. Of course, our singles semifinals officially in the books. It's going to be Daria Freeman, first player in Princeton women's tennis history to reach the final of this event, taking on Erin Cayetano of USC. Of course, so much success in the storied USC program. Cayetano becoming the fifth Trojan to reach the final in singles of this event. Of course, on the men's side, although one last thing to add for the women, neither player has dropped a set thus far in this event. Of course, on the men's side, you get a hometown hero. University of San Diego, August Holmgren, into his second major final of the college tennis fall season. He reached the final of the All-American, now into the final today with a win over number one seed Clement Schiedek of Washington. 3-set win for Holmgren. That was his first set dropped in the tournament, becomes the second Toro to make the final in program history. Of course, he's going to be joined by number 2 seed Arthur Ferry of Stanford. Ferry, a 3-set victory over Mate Voel of Ohio State. Of course, so much success in the history of that Stanford program, but it's worth mentioning Ferry still alive in the doubles as well. He'll be coming up a little bit later on our stream. Also, for now, we lock into the doubles action happening on court. And with that in mind, we're going to jump into our red zone coverage. I'm sure many of you familiar with that at this point, but in case you are new to the stream, what we want to do here at the beginning, introduce all of the matches we have on court for all of you listeners, focus in on our quarterfinal main draw matches in particular, but of course we've got some back draw action happening around the grounds as well. We start here on center court. Number 1 seeded duo for Wake Forest, your ITA All-American doubles champions. It's the duo of Brillant and Killingsworth taking on the Baylor Bear duo of Harana Linana and Crewaj. You look at this scoreline right now, 6-3, 3-1 lead for the Wake Forest duo, who you see on the far side of your screen. Near side, of course, Baylor Bears serving again. Currently 30 love in this game, but it's a 6-3, 3-1 lead for your Wake Forest duo, Briley and Killingsworth. And again, coming up later today, another round of main draw doubles semifinal action played as well. So we get 2 rounds of the Consolation 2, main draw semifinals, main draw quarterfinals, semifinals, Consolation quarterfinals, and semifinals. That's what we have left for you on the stream here today. Might as well stick around here through the end of this service game. Again, 40 love here for the Baylor Bears, 1-3. Of course, Baylor's losses last season came only to Texas during the regular season. They then lost to the Duke Blue Devils in their ITA regional final at home. Double fault there for 40-15. You look for this Baylor duo. Of course, all of our top 8 seeds still alive in the women's doubles for Baylor. 6-1, 6-love win in their first match. Then yesterday was a 10-6 in the third set win over USC's Ewing and Hahn. Little confusion there, actually works in the Bears' favor. They hold 4-2-3 here on Stadium. With that in mind, let's go to 6. And again, men's and women's doubles quarterfinal action now. We do have an unseeded team, a couple of them, in the men's quarterfinals, but it's not a surprise to see the Texas duo of Spizzirri and Waldib. So much success for them at the number 1 position last season for the Longhorns. Reached the semifinals of the NCAA tournament, but they're trailing right now to 2 TCU newcomers. Maxted, Vivis Marcos, 6-4, 4-3, 40-15 lead here. They're 2 games away from the home stretch. Meanwhile, one of our doubles quarterfinals already in the books. As you see here, Marcus McDaniel, Andre Martin, 6-2, 6-3 win over Charlotte, Sava, and Simon. So the Georgia Tech duo Many are expecting big things from this year into the semifinals of the ITA All-American, ITA National Fall Championships. Here, 40-30, Vives Marcos, Maxted, TCU.
Yeah!
Horned Frogs get the hold, 4-5-3. Stick around here for a second. You look here for this TCU duo. There's Marcos. Maxted, number 7 seeds have gotten straight set wins for UNC's Zap, Kanea, NC State's Vincent Beacon Rosens. Gonna have the chance to serve it out here, up 6-4, 5-4 on TCU. Meanwhile, what a turnaround. If we can quickly, let's pop in on court number 12. Excuse me, we go to 17. Thank you. Lisa Czar closes out 7-5 in the third set win over Tassaporn Nakalau of Iowa State. So Czar into the final of the Consolation. Knights bounce back for the number 4 seed. Meanwhile, here's court 10. Back draw action for our women's doubles. Got the Virginia team collar shake on the Bama team of Heiser, Ben Shake. Let's go to 12 if we can, Wes. If I want to stick with the front draw for now, this is quite the turnaround. And of course, this is a rematch between two players who competed against one another in the NCAA doubles final last year. It was Elizabeth Scotty and McKenna Jones at that time, who took out Kylie Collins and Lulu Sun. Right now, Elizabeth Scotty and Fiona Crawley overcome an early break deficit. They lead 7-6-3 all over the Texas duo of Kylie Collins, Charlotte Shivatapan. Collins, 2 tough 3-set losses here in singles. She fell to Selma Ewing in the main draw. Tasha Subash in the back. Of course, after this, we're going to go back to 10. Go back to 6. See the ending of that TCU Texas game. In fact, let's go there now if we can. Back to 6. 15 all right now is the point we find ourselves jumping in on. At 30-15 here for TCU. 2 points away from a semifinal. Of course, fantastic vibes right now down in Fort Worth as former TCU Horned Frog All-American, number 1 singles player in the nation, Cam Norrie, continues his breakout season on the ATP Tour, top 15 ranking. Put himself in the final conversation for the year-end finals in Turin. It's a really nice get there. Even forced that forehand from Spazziri. Spazziri, though, with the put away. Excuse me, the overhead. Forehand from Waldeep. But the overhead from Spazziri gets the job done. 30-all here. Again, Spazziri, Waldeep, Texas, expecting big things here after a surprising semifinal last year. Very young team. You knew great things were on the horizon, but for them to reach the semifinals last year, what was it, 11-1, 11-2 in 4-3 matches. They face themselves 2 match points here. Westoff, give me that sound effect. There it is. Vives Marcos, Maxted, 6-4, 6-4 over Spazziri and Waldeep of Texas. Let's go to 13 next. 13 is fascinating, folks. Cam Mora and Elizabeth Scotty used to be a package deal on the doubles court. A lot of success for that Tar Heel duo, but they're 2 of the more experienced players now on the roster. And so it's not a shock to see Coach Kalbas split them up here in the fall. Scotty and Crawley having success, 7-6-4-3 up on Colin Shavatapan. Now Mora, serving, holds for a 3-2 lead in the second set. She's playing, and I apologize if I butchered this pronunciation, with freshman Tanjuling. They're taking on the finalists at the ITA All-American Sasneskaya. Start with Seva. Right now we're back on 12. Crawley, Shavatapan, 7-6-4-3 lead. Crawley and Scotty, 7-6-4-3 lead on Collins and Shavatapan. 15 love here. I believe that's Shavatapan serving, far side of your screen. Fantastic aggression from the Tar Heel duo. And I love that they're 2 up there. And I also love what this season of doubles may do for Fiona Crawley's singles game, because she's a player, ample amounts of firepower. But if you watched her match against Connie Ma yesterday, it was the put away volleys she struggled with. Ma got extra look at passing shots. You just can't give those to Connie Ma. And so what would a season of #1 doubles do for Fiona Crawley's game overall? Wonders is the answer to that question. That's why it's fascinating to see these 2 have success. They've got #1 doubles team written all over them. 15:30 here, a chance in the Charlotte Shavatapan service game. Great backhand depth from Elizabeth Scotty, and credit to Kylie Collins. Scotty forced to go down the line there. Collins replied, just too much pace, but Shavatapan's backhand there, but Collins missing that volley. Long. So 3 break points here for the Heels. 1 quickly erased by Shavatapan ace. Couple of big serves by Charlotte Shivatapan, though, bring us to deuce. They elect to go to the veteran, Scotty. Interesting to see Crawley goes for that baseline here. She'll sneak in to a more aggressive position on the second. What a point. The response from Crawley at the net. Scotty kept that return low. Good first volley from Collins. Better reaction from Crawley. Tar Heels now to serve for it. Seven, 6, 5-3 here. What a confidence-boosting win this would be for the Heels. Tough miss there from Shivatapan. Not the way you want to start out this game. 15 love now for the Heels. Meanwhile, Westhoff, I want you to keep your eye on court number 8, where Gabriel Diallo up 5-2 in the third on Alex Kotzen. That's a backdraw semifinal match. If it gets to a match point, we want to show that all to you. Of course, we're focused in on the doubles here. We're sticking for this service game. We are keeping our eye on that match. A bunch of other doubles matches in their nascent stages as well. Couple of results off the board thus far. McDaniel, Martin, Vivas Marcos, Maxted advancing to the men's semifinals later today. Ooh. Kylie Collins, how do you do? Crawley with the hands again. I think all of the double skills are there. Just getting her more comfortable executing them. Great first volley by Kylie Collins. Better, or first ball by, Kylie Collins. Just better hands from Crawley. Now 30-15 here, 2 points away are the Heels from the semifinals. Moving up the Fiona power rankings quickly. Fiona Crawley doing her job at the net. Westhoff, give me the sound effect. There it is. Elizabeth Scotty, Fiona Crawley. Down an early break in set number 1, in control the rest of the way. 7-6, 6-3. That's a team you just feel like is going to get better and better with every repetition they get. Meanwhile, we're popping in on 8. Alex Kotzen of Columbia came back to take a 7-6 second set. Now finds himself down 2-5. 15-40, I believe, here now. 3 match points for Diallo. Westhoff, you know what to cue. Worth mentioning, these two have played already this fall. We were actually on the call for that match here at Cracked Rackets. Kotzen earning victory over Diallo. those hidden duels played at the University of Tennessee. Staying alive here, though. Tricky, creative. I like it. Net court goes Constant's way. So now a deuce point here. Alex Constant just tries to stay alive in this Consolation semifinal. Again, nice bounce back from both of these players. They're disappointing first round losses. There it is for Gabe Diallo. 6'3", 6'7", 6'2". He is into the Consolation Finals. Meanwhile, Westhoff on it right to Stadium Court, where that Baylor duo, and I apologize for my pronunciation. I'm going to go with Krywatch, Rana now find themselves with a 5-3 lead, serving for the set against top seeds Bryland and Killingsworth. 15-30 though here in the Baylor Bears service game. Like that aggression from the Baylor Bear duo. The serve and volley, attack the player at the net. All now 2 points away from forcing a split, and the difference between the singles and the doubles. Third set doubles, 10-point tiebreak. Double fault there from the Bears. So 2 breakpoint chances back for these Deeks. And again, Bryland Killingsworth, your ITA All-American champions. Wins over Smith and Daniel of NC State. Cessnaskaya, Starbitseva of Old Dominion. Deuce point coming up here. One of those inflection point moments of the match. There it is. We're going 3 on Stadium. Herrera Lanana, Krywatch forcing the third set against the top seeds from Wake Forest. With that in mind, let's go to 13. Cam Mora, Julig, UNC had earned themselves a break of serve lead. They were just broken. Now 7-5, 3-4. Dominion serving. Boy, were the Tar Heels lucky to get out of that one. You can see now teammate Scotty Crawley on the sideline cheering on their fellow Heels. Cam Moore did not want to hit an overhead on that point. 30-15 now. Or Sassna Sky and Starboard Saba, who again, 3-set loss for them in the ITA All-American Final to Wake Forest. Were so close. Turning a massive title was still a monumental moment. See here 30-all. Meanwhile, breaker underway here on Stadium. Double fault, never how you want to get things started. Quick transition for both of these teams. Of course, we've got another match scheduled later on today. They get the mini break back. 1-all here on 1. Meanwhile, I'll keep my eye. Heck of a volley there. Again, it's been the Bear duo who seem to be getting 2 up more frequently of late. Playing on their terms, putting that pressure on the Deeks. 2-1. Excuse me, 1-2 from the server's perspective. I know it's midpoint West off. Can we go back to 13, excuse me? It's a deuce point in that service game. Again, 4-3, Heels lead. Coach goes long. Love the move. That's a tentative volley there. 5-3, Heels serving to force a third. Let's go back to the breaker on 1. 4-1 Baylor. They take the past 2 points. Spin all Bears here at the turn. They've just, again, they're playing more freely. The crossing, serving and volleying. 5-1 they lead here. Meanwhile, 15 love on court 13. I believe it's Cam Mora serving right now for the Tar Heels. You want to pop there momentarily, West off. Now 30 love here for Mora. What an achievement it would be for the Heels. No Davitella, no Graham, no Jones. 2 semifinalist teams at the National Fall Championship. They are right back at the top of college tennis. Set point coming up here. 4 of them. See a little poach here. Just get aggressive. Here are the Heels. First ball here, 4:40:15. Meanwhile, 6-1 on center. I'm keeping my eye on that scoreboard. We'll hop over there as soon as we get to a tiebreaker. We do have set points here on 13. UNC looks to force a third. Hands at the net. Carolina forcing a third on court number 13. Meanwhile, here comes the Wake Forest push. It's now or never. 2 consecutive points for the Deeks. 6-3 here. Bears still leading. Couple mini break leads in hand. Seven, 3 again. Just the errors piling up for the Deeks. Paul goes long, and again, 2 up versus 1 up, 1 back. Give me 2 up every single time. 8-3 Baylor Bears closing in. Our National Fall Championship double semifinal. By the way, winner of this match going to face the Elizabeth Scotty and Fiona Crawley later today. Those matches scheduled for 6:30 p.m. here Eastern Coast time, 3:30 on the West Coast. They're coming. Westoff, 9-3 Baylor Bears. Cue the sound effect. In the meantime, let's quickly, can we cue the sound effect and then change chords? I don't know. That feels a little unkosher. We'll stick here through this final point. In the meantime, it is 2-love UNC early in that third set breaker. Of course, we're keeping our eye on that as well. Let's go there quickly in the meantime. Don't want to miss out on any of the action if we don't have to. Mora sends that ball long. So again, let's get it again. Give me one more slow clap. One more slow clap. I think we got time on our hands here. Staying alive. 4-9 now. Match point fought off. Gonna need to come up with some magic here if you're the Deeks. Meanwhile, again, 1-2 on serve. On court 13. You can follow all of these matches on individual streams thanks to our friends at Track Tennis. Scoreboard available at the Tennis Ticker app. 9-4 match points on serve now for the Bears. We play on. 9-5. Very, very easy to play freely until you get to that match point. Things get a little bit tighter after that. There it is. What a result for Baylor Bears. Herrera Linana. Kraiwaj earning the 3-set victory. 3-6, 6-3, 10-5. They advance to the semifinals. We're a date with Fiona Crawley and Elizabeth Scotty awaits. Meanwhile, back here on 13, we hop in at a 3-2 mini break lead for Mora and Tenjuling. For that, you see here again 3-all on your screen as we make the turn. See here now again, Cam Mora is not your traditional doubles player, folks. She's not trying to get to that net as quickly as some of her peers. Find that cross-court angle as well as just about anyone, but you see here 2 back on the serve, pulling out all of the stops here. cross there. And good patience. Now mini break lead for Sasneskaya start, but Seva, they lead 4-3. Meanwhile, now on court 17, quarterfinal number 4, Vicky Flores, joined by her partner Lisa Czar, who just earned that 3-set victory in singles. They're taking on Makarova and Goldsmith of Texas A&M. Get that matchup happening on court 17 for any of you looking for that one. Sails long there from Mora. Three here again for Old Dominion. Mora missing that ball wide. Started to win the baseline exchanges as well. That is quite the development for the duo from ODU. Meanwhile, you can see Coach Calbus near side of your screen pulling out all of the stops, treating this match as if it were an NCAA final. So again, trying to tactically see if you can find that wrinkle, make that adjustment. It's a little better there from Moore, and at least the aggression to move forward behind that approach shot. And that's playing to win, not playing not to lose. And you saw her twice down the line. So much pace with that inside in forehand. So now 4-6 here. It's a nice serve into the body for Cam Mora. 6-5 now. Much needed 2 points on serve. Still a mini break lead for ODU. And again, now on court, one of our 3 remaining quarterfinals. Czar, Makarova, Goldsmith. Czar, Flores, Goldsmith, Makarova. That match on court 17 for those of you waiting to tune into that one. It's a great poach there. And Coach Calba's going to say, good look there. Poor luck. That court action going the way of ODU once again. So now 7-5 on the turn. Meanwhile, can we flash court 17 quickly, Westhoff? We ready for it? We are indeed on court. And Czar, Flores, near side of your screen, taking on Goldsmith, Makarova. Let's go back to 13, but it's worth mentioning. So used to seeing Vicky Flores and Kenya Jones, top 10 team for forever for Georgia Tech. Flores spending her final year of eligibility as a Pepperdine Wave in Malibu. Can think of worse ways to spend that final year. Big hitting from Cam Mora. Back on serve now, 6-7. Of course, that hasn't meant much throughout the course of this one, but see Mora here. Do they go two back once again? Or feeling comfortable enough to step up at the net? No, they do indeed elect to go two back on the Tunjulik serve. The hands from the Tar Heel came up with reply after reply, but when she gets the sitting forehand, sends it just a bit long still. Really nice point there down the home stretch. 8-6 now. Mini break lead back. Sasnskaya and Startup, excuse me. And in the net, 3 match points now for the All-American finalists. Westhoff, you know what time it is. There it is. Another victory for the Old Dominion duo. Sasnskaya, Startup Seva. 7-5, 3-6, 10-6. They are into the ITA National Fall Semifinals, where now they await the winner of our final women's quarterfinal matchup on court 17 here. You see near side of your screen, excuse me. This is the Pepperdine duo. Lisa Czar, see at the bottom of your screen, partnered with Vicky Flores. And on the duo, Makarova Goldsmith of Texas A&M. Makarova and Goldsmith already an early break, 1-love lead. Worth mentioning that duo. Quarterfinals. The ITA All-Americans, where they were knocked off by Vicky Flores and a different Pepperdine partner, Janice Chen. So revenge on the mind here for the A&M Aggies. Love that duo there, and you love the energy Vicky Flores brings to every match that she's played. If you followed her college career at all, fantastic 4 years at Georgia Tech. Certainly happy she gets to play a full 4th season this year, and of course her addition to Pepperdine. They're the only school that could lose their number 1 and 2 singles players, 2 of the top 20 players in the country, maybe get better this year with the addition of players like Flores, like Janice Chen, the continued development of Czar and Pachkaleva. It's going to be really freaking good. 15:30 on screen. Very nice volley put away there by the Aggies, and of course, the Goldsmith. Two familiar faces. Two college tennis fans. Tatiana Makarova entering her 5th year. She and JC Goldsmith All-Americans last season. Makarova an All-American in singles as well. First player in program history was Makarova to be preseason top 10 in both singles and doubles. Let's break point chances now for the Pepperdine Waves. 30-40 here. The opening service game of A&M. Break goes to Pepperdine here. 2-love lead on court 17. Meanwhile, we've got Consolation doubles action happening elsewhere on the grounds. Still awaiting the start. 2 of our men's doubles quarterfinal matches. Mate Voel, Robbie Cash, your #1 seeded ITA All-American champs, taking on the Baylor duo, Sven Law, Finn Bass. Also waiting for Ferry Rothstart, taking on Hildebrand and Pavel. I have to say, I'm a big fan of Vicky Flores. In my time covering college tennis, there's just the spirit, the energy she plays with. It's what college tennis is all about. And for Lisa Czar to go from playing with Ashley Leahy at last year's NCAA championships, one of the most accomplished college tennis players of the past decade, and now she gets to learn from Vicky Flores as well. How does Lisa Czar not become the best player in college tennis at some point? We see here now. 40-love. Lisa Czar's opening service game, and I'm surprised Czar didn't serve first just to get Flores at the net. Kind of like this configuration best for this Pepperdine duo. You're welcome for the free coaching advice to assistant head coach Pete Billingham. Hold for Pepperdine here on court 17. They lead 2-1 now. On serve, though, early on. in our final women's quarterfinal. Of course, again, we've got other matches happening on the grounds, but just an update on the results we've seen unfold so far today. You look at the singles side of the draw, we have our finalists slated. On the women's side, it's going to be first-time finalist in program history, Daria Freeman, #2 seed, proving that she earned that distinction. She's yet to drop a set, and today earned a straight set victory over Arena Cantos of Ohio State. She's going to take on another player who's yet to drop a set here, semifinalist at the ITA All-American, now finalist here at the National Fall event in USC's Aaron Cayetano on the men's side. 3-set matches in both of our battles. It was August Holmgren, hometown hero, competing for the University of San Diego. He earned a 3-set win over top seed Clement Schiedek of the University of Washington. Back-to-back finals for Holmgren here this fall. Final of the All-American, final of the National Fall event. There is it's a short list of players who reached the final of both events. You evokes memories of Mitchell Frank's dominant freshman fall and, those sorts of memories, special stuff from Holmgren. Of course, he is going to take on Arthur Ferry of Stanford. And by the way, both guys, Ferry, who earns a 3-set win over Voel, we're waiting for those two to begin their quarterfinal doubles matches here. This is Goldsmith here on your deuce side, I believe. Makarova on the ad. And for Arthur Ferry, another 3-set win for him. That's 3 in a row. It was over Sven Lahn 3, Andre Iligan in 3, now knocks off Voel in 3 sets. Sophomore reminding everyone why he was so highly touted entering his college tennis career. And again, big thing on the horizon for Paul Goldstein and the Cardinal in 2022. They're probably your favorites entering the Pac-12 season, whether them, Arizona. Feels like we're going to have a non-USC UCLA winner this year out west. So again, your 2 finals. Freeman taking on Cayetano, Ferry taking on Holmgren. Both of those matches tomorrow here on this stream. Again, for Makarova and Goldsmith last season. Dominant in doubles. NCAA quarterfinals. 26-12 overall. It's a hold for A&M, 2-all now. Early on in this quarterfinal. Meanwhile, again, it's all doubles the rest of the way here. Quarterfinals, semifinals of the Consolation to set up our championship Sunday tomorrow. Nice move there from Goldsmith across. Again, it's not that I think Lisa Czar's not a good volleyer. I think she is good. I just don't think she has the instincts of a Flores, of a Makarova, of a Goldsmith yet at the net. And of course, great for her to get these repetitions here, but you know what you have in Vicky Flores at the net. That's why I probably, it's just a serving order. It doesn't really matter. That's why I bring it up. How about that ball, though, from Goldsmith? Boy, do I like the aggression of this Texas A&M team. I like the freneticness they play with their feet, constantly shuffling, constantly looking to move forward, take the ball early, take the big rip. Interesting. It's better volleying, though, from the Pepperdine duo, Czar, Flores, holding. 3-2 here on serve on court 17. Meanwhile, we do have a scheduling update for all of you. Voel, Cash in their quarterfinal match against Lon Bass. 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, then 5:45 Hildebrand Pavel, Ferry Rothsert, excuse me. So again, quarterfinal number 1, 5:30, quarterfinal number 2, 5:45. Good overhead. It's a good decision. Just missed it a little bit long, but I love the aggression there from Flores to get to the net, keep Makarova and Goldsmith on their back feet on the baseline. look there from Lisa Czar. Czar, Flores just asking that question. Each and every point here. Deuce point coming up now. There's the break of serve to Pepperdine. 4-2 they lead here on 17. Oh, excuse me, no, 3-all. What did I miss? Eyes are playing tricks on me, folks. That happens from time to time. I apologize. Scoreboard says 3-all. That's what we're going to go with. That looked like a break, didn't it? So again, coming up 5:30. Ohio State Baylor. 5:45. Stanford taking on UCF. It's a very nice put away there from Vicky Flores. No doubt about that one. Good hands from Flores getting her racket on that. Just goes a bit long on her still. This one's exciting, folks. 3-all, 15-all, first set. Great pass there from Lisa Czar. wheels from Czar. Excuse me. Good wheels from Czar again. Oh, better overhead from A&M. 40-30 now. Fun points though here on court 17. It's good stuff from Flores and Czar. They hold 4-4-3 here on court 17. Again, schedule update for those of you curious. 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Ohio State taking on Baylor. 5:45 Stanford. Going to be taking on UCF. Earlier today, you had TCU, Texas. That duo, of course. As Marcos. Maxted knocking out Spaziri and Waldeb 6-4, 6-4. You also had wins from McDaniel and Martin, 2 and 3 over Charlotte's Simon and Sava. Of course, in our women's side, 3 of our 4 quarterfinals decided. Crawley and Scotty become a break deficit early in the first set, 7-6, 6-3 over Collins and Shabatapan. Upset at the top of the draw, Baylor's Herrero Linana. Rawaj knocking out Brylan and Killingsworth. 10-5 in a third set breaker. Sasnaskaya, Startup Seva, of Old Dominion continue their winning ways here this fall. The ITA All-American finalist third set tiebreak victory over Mora and Tinjulin of North Carolina. And now we have Flores and Czar on serve 4-3 lead over Makarova and Goldsmith of Texas A&M. You see the Aggies serving near side of your screen. Over All-Americans, NCAA quarterfinalists in 2021. Overhead winner from Flores. It's good stuff there, folks. All of a sudden, 30 love becomes 30 all here for A&M. $40-30 now. pivotal deuce point coming up. They go back to Lisa Czar. Interesting. Love that choice. Love the execution there from the Waves. You go to Czar so that Flores can do just that. Pinch into the net there. Of course, Lisa Czar going to be able to rally shot for shot with anyone from the baseline. Excellent execution on her first volley as well. Czar with the high backhand put away. They take the break, and now Czar Flores going to serve for the first set here, up 5-3. See if they can close out this set without any more drama. First point to Vicky Flores. Maybe that's why you have Flores serve first here. Pressure moment. Turn to the veteran. Back against the wall. What a get there. She's down. Oh, Vicky Flores. Oh, what a point, though. From the Pepperdine Wave. Fell over. Tracking down that first ball. Manages to put the second in play as a bump lob as well. Still, good aggression there from the Aggies. 15 all here now. See the huddle between player and coach, part of the staples of college tennis, the on-court coaching. In my opinion, leads to an insurmountably better product. Another good serve into the body. 30-15 now. That's 2 deuce side return errors for A&M. We're back to 30 all here. So all of the sudden, A&M comes roaring back here. 30, 40, 2 break point chances. For the Aggies here in set number 1. Play on. In set number 1. 4-5 A&M here. on court 17. Meanwhile, again, 4 minutes away from the start of a much anticipated Voel, Cash, Bass, Law matchup, Ohio State, Baylor. That's 5:30, 18 minutes away from our other quarterfinal, Stanford's Rothsart, Ferry, taking on Pavel, Hildebrand for UCF. All of that action on the horizon. Meanwhile, we are going to take a quick break. We're going to watch one more service game here in Pepperdine, Texas A&M. See if Pepperdine can't close out this first set. We're going to take one more break, though, till 6 p.m., here Eastern time. Come back, catch the end of those quarterfinals, reset all that action. We'll come back tonight, of course, for our semifinals in doubles. For now, let's get back on court. Super producer Daniel Westoff, court 17 here, the site of one of our women's quarterfinals. Pepperdine's Vicky Flores just served for the set, up 5-3. A&M able to get the break back. It's a strong start for the Waves here. Forehand swinging volley put away. You see Per Nilsson. Doesn't matter what the temperature is, what the scenario is. He'll be in his sweatpants and a hoodie. Sometimes the occasional quarter zip thrown into the mix as well. Serve there. 15 all. See the fight from Flores and Zara could do a lot of things on court. And this duo 30 all now. What a get from Vicky Flores. Anticipated the angle coming so well. Love that her and Czar press forward to the net there. Now 2 set points coming up for the Waves. They try to take a 6-4 lead here on Texas A&M. Ball sails long. First set to the Pepperdine duo. It's Flores and Czar, 6-4 over Texas A&M's Makarova and Goldsmith. Meanwhile, we are going to take a quick break here at Crack Rackets, reset everything so that we can rock and roll in tonight's night session. Again, coming up shortly, quarterfinals on the men's side. You've got Voel, Cash taking on Bass and Law of Baylor. You've also got Ferry, Rothsart taking on Hildebrand, Pavel of UCF. All of that action and more coming up over the next few hours. Of course, you can follow all the matches individually on the Track Tennis app. You can follow all of the match score lines with our friends at Tennis Ticker. All of that information available on the wearecollegetennis.com ITA website. Of course, a shout out as always to super producer Daniel Westoff on the ones and twos. But for now, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships. Welcome to the Mini Break, your daily podcast for the biggest storylines, results, and controversies from the tennis world. Today is Saturday, November 6th. What a day two of the ITA National Fall Championships we all got to experience. If you haven't been following along, come join us on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel as we cover first ball to last of the final major event of the fall college tennis calendar. Of course, on today's show, I want to recap all of Friday's action, talk about the round of 16 quarterfinals results we saw in singles, talk about the round of 16 doubles action we saw as our nightcap, name my most impressive performers, preview day three semifinal action in singles, quarterfinals, and semifinals in doubles, offer a couple of predictions as well. Of course, before I can do any of that, I want to remind all of you listeners that the reason these podcasts are made possible is because of the support we get from all of you, is because of the support we get from our Cracked Racquets Patreon family, and of course, is because of the support we get from our friends over at Tennis Point. You all know the deal. Best equipment, best prices, all in one location, tennis-point.com. You use our promo code CR15. Not only will you get 15% off your order, you'll get free 2-day shipping on all orders exceeding $75. Best of all, a free can of Wilson Extra Duty tennis balls. Again, that's tennis-point, the symbol, not the spelling, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. With that said, let's talk about day two of the ITA National Fall Championships. Let's start with our women's singles competition. We've got all seeds remaining in the draw. Should be a fascinating semifinal Saturday. Let's start at the top of the draw with arguably our most dominant performer to date. That title belongs to Cayetano. She's yet to drop a set in any of her three victories so far at this event. You look for her yesterday, was a straight set win over Petra Voel of FSU. She then was the beneficiary of an upset at the top of the draw, knocks out Maria Kazireva of St. Mary's. You look for Cayetano. It's the explosiveness in the corner of the courts for the USC Trojans. She can just hurt her opponents from just about any position she finds herself in. Of course, she wants to be aggressive on top of the baseline, using her speed to take that ball early on the rise, move forward. She forced Voel into the outer thirds of the court. And what was particularly impressive, Petra Voel had set point in set number two. Cayetano, undeterred, she manages to fight through that deficit, take the second set 7-5. Again, closed out that match so strong and was phenomenal. Was in control from start to finish against Maria Kazireva, who I have to give a ton of credit to. She found herself facing deficits in just about every set she played in her round of 16 match against top seed Abby Forbes of UCLA. Now for Forbes, there were some jitters that we saw in 2021, in the 2021 spring season, reemerge here at this event. Certainly, she was up 5-4 serving for the first set. She was up 6-5 for serving for the first set. Ends up dropping that set in a first set breaker. Again, she was up 5-2 in the second set, gets broken, ends up serving it out 6-4. But that was a match Abby Forbes should have won in straight sets. And again, she still made the match extraordinarily physical. It was about 2-hour, 45-minute long affair, but credit to Kazireva, who kept swinging, who, again, just kept putting that pressure on Forbes, kept asking the question. And for Forbes, there were just some tentative approach shots and just, again, tentative first volleys that gave Kazireva that second look at a pass. And she was too good from the grounds on the day. So, again, tons of credit to Kazireva for reaching the quarterfinals of this event. But, again, that's a disappointing loss, certainly, for Abby Forbes. She'll be fine. Not worried about her, but certainly that was a notable upset on the day. And then again, Cayetano cruising into the semifinals, where now she's going to face Iowa's Alexa Noel. Noel playing the match of the day with her quarterfinal 7-6 in the third set victory over ITA All-American champ Sarah Hamner of South Carolina. Of course, for those two players, that's a rematch of the ITA All-American final. Hamner delivering Noel one of her only two losses in her college tennis career. And look, is Alexa Noel the best player in college tennis we don't spend enough time talking about? One could argue the answer is yes. And when I say we don't spend enough time talking about, I mean I don't spend enough time talking about. The now second-year University of Iowa superstar is exactly that, a superstar. She was undefeated, 24-0 at the number one singles position for her Hawkeyes last season. Her only two defeats in college tennis She injured her ankle at the NCAA tournament in the individual run. That's why, unfortunately, she ended up falling in her match. She also loses that ITA All-American singles final to Hamner, was down 5-2 in the third before forced to retire with injury. But look, when you watch Alexa Noel play, she's in it for the fight. She wants to make the match a track meet. She's going to throw backhand slice after backhand slice, neutralizing ball at you, and just force you to do something, force you to make a move, because of course her fluidity in the outer third, she's going to track down that ball. She's going to get a clean look at a passing shot, sneaky explosion on that forehand wing. She's ready to pass you, and she's going to throw up a bump lob, as she did millions of times seemingly against Sarah Hamner yesterday, but she just kept asking the question of Hamner, and you could tell, again, it was a 6-love first set for Alexa Noel. Hamner was a bit off at the start of the match, and you could understand why. Hamner, physical, come from behind 3-set win in her round of 16 over Selma Ewing. By the way, even losing 7-6 in the third, Sarah Hamner's legit. Sarah Hamner is going to be a top 10 player here in 2022. It's just a question of how high in the top 10 will she ascend to. Again, it's so impressive. Loses that first set to Selma Ewing 6-4 and just, refines her footing, continues to swing away, takes that match in a third. And, after getting bageled in the first set against Noel, she was undeterred. She came out swinging in the second set, I believe, takes that second set 6-2. And look, this match was a slugfest. Alexa Noel races out to a big lead in the third set, had an opportunity to serve for the match. Hamner fights that off and ends up going up 6-5 and pressuring Alexa Noel in her service game. And then we get to the breaker. And just again, that was the death by 1,000 paper cuts method of Alexa Noel. She just kept making extra ball after extra ball, coaxing on forced errors out of Sarah Hamner, who did not play her best tiebreak. And you have to wonder how much gas was left in the tank for the freshman in what was likely hour number 6 for her, something like that, on court on the day. But that's a testament to the fitness of Alexa Noel. And I shared this anecdote on our broadcast yesterday when I went down to the NCAA tournament in Orlando in May. Some of you may you see this jawline. It's beautiful. If you're watching on our broadcast, if you're listening on the mini break, just imagine a beautiful jawline. Think, peak Ryan Gosling, peak Ryan Reynolds, peak Alex Gruskin. That's where I'm at right now. Point is, I have to get in the workout room before those long broadcast days, have to do an hour of something. Otherwise, I'm just sitting around all day. That's, I suppose, an irrelevant factoid for all of you listeners, all of you viewers of this. Why is it relevant? Because there were 2 people I saw in the workout room every morning right alongside of me. One of them was Ohio State's Cannon Kingsley. The other was Iowa's Alexa Noel, who clearly has pro aspirations, who treats her preparation for each and every match, each and every day as such. And those little 7 a.m. gym sessions, they pay off in a match like this. So I'm just immensely impressed with Alexa Noel into the semifinals of another ITA major event here in the fall. She's going to be a top 10 player. She's going to be in the hunt for the NCAA championship in singles come May. And again, when you have a force like that at the top of your lineup, it trickles down to the rest of your team. So just keep an eye on Iowa. Alexa Noel might very well be the best player in college tennis this season. Yeah, that includes Navarro. That includes Stearns. That's how high I am on Alexa Noel. She's a fighter, and just the energy of that match. Hamner, Noel, it's a rivalry to watch. Their first 2 matches have gone 3 sets. Hopefully we get a third battle between them at some point during the year. But again, top half of the women's singles semifinals, Alexa Noel, who earns victories yesterday. By the way, 3 sets over Riley Tran, come from behind in her round of 16 win. And Tran, 2-handed forehand, the lefty just wanted to hit that inside in forehand as much as possible. Noel, again, kept extending points, finding the backhand. And when she was able to overcome an early break deficit in the second, just kind of seized control in that second set, was able to take the third 6-1. That's Alexa Noel. She just wears you down. Semifinalist, again, taking on Erin Cayetano on your top half of the draw. Bottom half, Arena Cantos Siemers is going to Arena Cantos Siemers. Just work you around the court physically. That lefty forehand, so identifiable. You can tell within 2 seconds on the stream, because sometimes, again, the courts aren't perfectly labeled with the players that they're playing on. And of course, our shout out to our friends at Track Tennis, Tennis Ticker, who have gotten immensely better. And we just again, broadcast continues to get better and better with each passing day. But the Ohio State third year is just she has made the jump. I think she's ready to join the elite of the elite in women's college tennis. And does she have the overwhelming weapon? No, but her ability to find the corners, to work you around the court, and then her own fitness, she is someone always ready for the fight. Quarterfinals for Ohio State's Cantos Siemers at the ITA All-American. Now semifinals here yesterday was wins over Abigail Desietnikov of San Diego, then a win over Georgia freshman Mel Riasco, who she has it. Again, the lefty that has the physicality, has the shot tolerance, has, I suppose those two things are synonyms, but just the ability to move the ball around the court. And then just, again, her ability to fight and find her way out of tough situations. That it factor, the intangible things you need as a competitor in college tennis, it's a very clear Riasco has them already. The game is only going to improve as well. Great win for Riasco, 3 sets over Mississippi's Fekay in her first match. She then goes 3 with Cantos, who of course Cantos had a straight set win in her first match. Cantos just a little too much down the home stretch though. 6-3, 3-6, 6-3 victory she earns to now set up a matchup with number 2 seed Daria Freeman. And look, I mentioned this yesterday. I'll say it again today. We didn't get to see Freeman at the All-Americans. Had there been pre-qualifying, I guarantee you we would have seen her in the draw. And I mean, she was spectacular yesterday. 2 quality victories for Freeman over Rebecca Martena of Tennessee, 6-love, 7-6. Then 6-4, 6-4 win over Connie Ma, who played arguably, again, if Noel versus Hamner is match of the day number 1A, 1B is the match we saw between Connie Ma, the Stanford freshman, and sophomore for UNC, Fiona Crawley. And of course, if you were on the broadcast, one of our big topics on the day, we're ranking top Fionas of all time. I have Fiona from Shrek 1, Fiona Farrow 2. I'll go Crawley 3. I was told Fiona Apple, a late 90s, early aughts pop star, should be in that conversation as well. If any of you listeners can add any Fionas to the mix, at Great Shot Pod, at Crack Rackets, or come join us on our broadcast and tell us on our YouTube comments, the match was spectacular, and Crawley has never lost a dual match in her career and lost to Hamner in qualifying at the ITA All-American. And, again, at the time you thought, ooh, that's a tough loss for Crawley. Hamner goes on to win the damn thing. Not a tough loss at all. Fiona Crawley's got it. Again, her ability to take that ball early on the rise, the pressure she puts on you, the way she uses her speed and, again, the firepower she can produce to just be the aggressor, point in, point out. It was a fantastic matchup, and I believe she raced out to an early lead over Connie Ma, but Connie Ma absorbs, redirects with the best of them, and her quickness as well as her springiness. She just is one of those quick twitch athletes along the line of a Tommy Paul, of a Fiona Farrow, honestly. Connie Ma's ability to absorb and redirect is special. She is going to have an exceptional freshman season in college tennis, and just, again, the way she scraps out that first set 7-6 was just rock solid in the tiebreaker, and then she was the one wearing Crawley down in the third, and it just felt like every time Crawley tried to approach the net, and Crawley did try to approach the net quite frequently. You loved that fact for her moving forward, the way she tries to leverage her aggression to move forward. But Ma came up with the goods in just about every time she needed to in the outer thirds of the court. It just felt like Crawley could never hit a good enough put away volley. Hopefully we get to see these two play again and again. I think that's the future of college tennis right there. Crawley versus Ma. Ma earning the 3-set victory. You could tell towards the end of that match with Freeman, she just kind of ran out of juice there. But Daria Freeman, Katarina Jokic-esque in the way she goes after her backhand side and, again, can play defensively with the forehand as well. Sneaky quick into the outer thirds of the court, wants to press forward as well. Just a really well-rounded game. And so to see her in the semifinals, not a surprise at all. That's going to be a really fun contrast of styles. Cantos Siemers versus Daria Freeman has 3 sets written all over it. Again, that's your bottom half semifinal. Top half, Noel versus Cayetano. Should be an exciting day of tennis in the main draw. Of course, in the consolation, it is worth mentioning Alexandra Yepifanova, another one of those talented Stanford freshmen. She got a withdraw from her first match, but then knocks off Kansas State's Korean Marion Jubb 6-4, 6-3 to set up a fascinating matchup with Virginia third year Natasha Subash. Subash wins yesterday over both Vicky Hu, the talented Princeton freshman, and then come from behind 3-set win for her over Texas's Kylie Collins. Natasha Subash is so good. Her ability to find the angles. I think she's the most underrated player in college tennis because she's not going to get the limelight with Navarro on that roster. If you saw her as a freshman at that 2020 National Indoor, she was just on the level immediately. It's a continued excellence for Subash. And yeah, that first round loss to Riley Tran, you don't love it, but great bounce back for her yesterday. And Yepafanova versus Subhash is must-see TV. That's an 11 a.m. East Pacific time. There it is, 2 p.m. Eastern time match. And then Lisa Czar, bounce back day for the number 4 seed out of Pepperdine. She gets a 3-set come from behind win over Michigan's Kari Miller, then knocks off number 8 seed of South Carolina, Ayanna Ackley, in straight sets to set up a matchup with Iowa State's Tessa Porn-Naklo. What a result for the Cyclone. First ITA regional singles winner in program history. She gets wins yesterday over both Elaine Chervinsky, the Virginia freshman, and Snow Hahn of USC. Those are 2 impressive wins. She's going to have herself a top 25 rating. She, again, is going to get matchups, plenty of highly ranked Big 12 foes. Keep an eye on Tessa Porn-Naklo. She is, again, going to be one of those under the radar players to watch this season. And again, it's Czar Naklo taking on Subhash Yepafanova. That is where we are at with our women's singles draw. Let's move now. Talk about the men. And again, to follow all of this action with us, 1 p.m. on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Hope you are all watching along as we cover first ball to last here on Saturday. But again, 4 of our top 5 seeds are our semifinalists at the coming into this day 3 at the ITA National Fall Championships. And coming into the men's singles competition, the big storyline was how none of the top 10 ranked men were there, how 5 of them were playing the futures in Fayetteville, and others were playing the futures in Ithaca. And all of that said, things have gone according to script here in San Diego. Let's start with top seed of Washington, Clement Schiedek. I finally had I finally had the opportunity to really lock in and watch him play. And of course, technically a junior as the first year, came from France and he spent a semester at a university there. So technically that counts. I'm not exactly sure the nomenclature of what to call him, but the point is 12-6 at the number 1 singles position last year for Washington. And we didn't discuss him when we were discussing the sophomore class is the best class in college tennis right now. And I just want to list some of the names for you quickly. And I apologize if I forget anyone, but you've got Shelton, you've got Monday, you've got Strom, you've got JJ Tracy, who we'll talk about momentarily. You've got just all of the Virginia guys, Montez, Van der Schulenberg, Rodesh. You've got a guy like Clement Schiedek as well. Micah Braswell is another guy you got to throw in the list on from Texas. Just, again, I think Bickerstadt's have been amazing for Michigan. Just a loaded class of talent. And Clement Schiedek, I'm going to get it right at some point, is asserting himself right at the top of that list with the fall he's had. And you look for him yesterday, 2-3 win over Andrew Rogers. Schiedek was a semifinalist at the ITA All-American before he was knocked out by Shelton. He then follows that up with a 6-3, 3-6, 6-2 victory over JJ Tracy. And what was so impressive about the match, Tracy couldn't hurt him. And as heavy as the Tracy forehand is, and as physical and quick as JJ Tracy is, and his ability to track down that extra ball and just, again, turn defense into offense like that, that is a quality that is difficult for any opponent to deal with. And what Ty Tucker wants to do with JJ Tracy is a heck of a question. He's outplayed Van Emberg. He's outplayed Trotter. Again, Kingsley, he's the guy. Voel, he's in the semifinals of this event, alive in both the singles and the doubles. That's probably your top 2. But how can you not play JJ Tracy at 3 at this point? Hasn't he been the best of the rest? And obviously that's a discussion we'll have in our College Contenders preview episode of them. But it's fascinating lineup decisions for Coach Tucker. He's got the talent again this year with, again, Kingsley, Voel, Tracy, Van Emberg, Trotter, Boulay, Cash, and, Anthrop's coming over as well. They're very, very good. And if they get John McNally back, they go from, a national title contender to maybe the national title contender. And that's even with Florida. And that's even with, again, all of these other schools as well, because the Buckeye, Florida, Tennessee, Virginia, Texas. I'm not going to list them all. You guys get the point. Ohio State's got talent. We'll get in again. Tracy 0-1 over Alexa Buchan. He won that match in like 45 minutes, and just the speed he plays with in the backhand, he gets better drive on it. That the forehand's as heavy as you're going to see in college tennis. And again, the serve leaves a little bit to be desired, but it's gotten bigger and he hits his spots really, really well. The +1 ball has gotten better. He's gotten more comfortable moving forward, leveraging his speed to beat you to the spot. And yet Schiedek just had more in the Schiedek was just a little bit better at everything. The forehand, a little bit bigger. The volleys, a little bit more sting behind them. The serve, that much more oomph on it. And, both of these guys play backhands, low line drive shots. But again, what's the weakness for Schiedek. He moves well. He, attacks well. He defends well. Guy's just an all-around player. Again, a really well-rounded game. He's going to be right up there at the top of college tennis. Do not sleep on Washington's Clement Schiedek, who's into the semifinals, wins over Rogers and Tracy. Good performance for Andrew Rogers here, round of 16. But now it's going to be fascinating, as obviously Schiedek more well-rounded. We know with August Holmgren, big serves, big forehands. That's the name of the game. We had the chance to talk to him on the broadcast yesterday. He talked about why these slow, high-bouncing conditions at the Barnes Tennis Center are perfect for his game. And of course, this is where he beat Jordan Thompson when he played the ATP event in San Diego for Holmgren yesterday. 5-2 win over Mississippi's Finn Reynolds, 2-6 win over Oklahoma's Mason Byler. What a result for Byler, by the way, much needed for this Oklahoma team. Beats, 3 sets over Body in round 1, 3 sets over Alafia Aini in round 2. Was a really good match against Holmgren. Went up an early break in set number 2, but Holmgren in the end, 2-6 victory. Holmgren's moving extraordinarily well. And I said this on the broadcast, I'll say it here. I think his serve forehand combo is the most decisive combo in college tennis, or maybe not the most decisive, but it's right up there with the Kingsley serve +1, with the Boitan serve +1. That's how big Holmgren's hitting the ball right now. And again, he plays on his terms. You always like a player that plays on his terms, and he's getting more comfortable closing at the net. The serve has that much more sting on it. What's plan B? What's plan C? What's plan D? I think we're all still looking for that answer. I think he's looking for that answer as well, but plan A is damn good. So keep an eye on August Holmgren. I think we all are at this point. Finalist at the ITA All-American, semifinalist here now. He's going to take on Clement Schiedek, in the top half of the draw. In the bottom half, it's Mate Voel taking on Arthur Ferry for Voel yesterday. Straight set win over defending champ Trey Hildebrand of UCF. That was big hitting, move forward, +1 strike tennis, exactly what you expected to see in that one. Match number 2, we got to see the creativity of Voel, the feel, the movement. I thought he played really, really well in his 3-set victory over USC's Stefan Dostnik. And, for Voel, he served for the first set up 6-5. Dostnik gets the break back, takes the breaker 7-4. It was all Voel after that, and he just wore Dostnik down. And it was a tough day for Dostnik. First match, 7-6, 6-2. He knocks out Andres Martin, but that was a physical first set for him. And, again, in the end, you could tell Dostnik ran out of steam a bit in that third set. But Voel, man, the serve, the forehand, he doesn't have the most athletic looking body, but he's sneaky quick in those outer thirds. His first step, his speed, his fluidity is going to surprise you. And then again, the authority and the strength he puts behind that +1 forehand, the volleys, the slice, the variety he can play with. He's going to be a really good Buckeye. I think Ty Tucker's going to enjoy his year with Mate Voel. Impressive day for Voel, who, by the way, also advanced to the quarterfinals of doubles with Robbie Cash. And yeah, they won the ITA All-American too. Voel is just a guy you slot into the top of your lineup, singles, doubles. You feel good about getting him as a contributor. Again, Voel can play, folks. 6-7, 6-4, 6-1 win over Dostnik. I thought it was a good day for Dostnik. I still think his ball is as impressive of a ball as you're going to see, just how heavy he hits that, particularly the forehand, but even the backhand side, and his strength, his fluidity in the outer thirds for a guy with that strength. I'm still all in on the Dostnik bandwagon. I thought he was going to win this match after he stole that first set. But again, credit to Voel, who took it to him in sets 2 and 3. And then credit to Arthur Ferry, shot maker, wants to move forward, just has the pro athleticism, the springiness in the outer thirds of the court, the decisiveness to move forward, the wherewithal to know, all right, I'm taking this ball on the rise and moving in. It's that time. And, for Ferry yesterday, 2 tricky matchups. First, 3 sets over very much informed Sven Law of Baylor. And, Law went up an early break in set 1. Ferry fights back 7-5, 4-6, 6-3. He takes that match. And then, he dropped the first set against Hawaii's Andre Iligan, and the lefty's just going to make you work and move you around the court. And he's going to be 6 feet behind the baseline grinding. And it was my first time watching Iligan. I'm a fan. I'm in. He's got the physicality you need to compete at the top of men's college tennis. But Ferry was the more decisive of the 2 players. And again, more authoritative moving in. It just felt like even in the moments he was, falling behind Iligan, it was because the errors were piling up for Ferry, less so perhaps than the damage Iligan was doing. Nevertheless, Ferry, 3-set victory. Super impressed for Andre Iligan, first quarterfinalist at this event in University of Hawaii history. And again, it's been a record-setting fall for him overall. But credit to Arthur Ferry. And again, he and Voel playing in your semifinal today, both still alive in the doubles quarterfinal as well. I want to talk about that momentarily. Quickly, backdraw. It's going to be Jordan Hassan of Oklahoma, who gets good wins yesterday over Max Westphal of Vera Relegado, taking on Pepperdine's Pietro Fellin. What a day for Fellin. Wins over Musatelli and Nikola Slavic. That is exactly what you want to see if you're Pepperdine coach Adam Shackley, as you try to figure out, yeah, we've got like 7, 8 guys, but who goes where? We know the Jong 1, Rogers 2. What are we doing after that? Pietro Fellin certainly proving that he belongs in that conversation. Great bounce back day for Kentucky's Gabriel Diallo. Wins over Taha Badi in straights, Jeffrey von der Schulenberg in straights. Those could be main draw matches. And for Diallo, it's going to be at that number 2 singles position. That's just a good bounce back for him after his first round loss to Elafia Aini. He's now got Alex Kotzen of Columbia, another similar great bounce back after a disappointing loss to Alexa Buska, of Arkansas. He gets a 3-set win over Aguilar of TCU, then knocks out Tad McClain in straight sets. Diallo, Kotzen, this is as good of a match as any you're going to see, main draw or otherwise. So should be a fun day of men's singles. Then quickly on the doubles, there was only one round yesterday. We're going to focus on them more on tomorrow's podcast. All top 8 seeds still alive in the women's doubles competition. To me, the team that's impressed me most thus far is the team of Fiona Crawley and Elizabeth Scotty, and they've got a battle on their hands as they're going to take on Kylie Collins and Charlotte Shavatapan of Texas. But again, it's seeds across the board. 2 North Carolina teams. You got Zarin Flores in there as well. Makarova Goldsmith, Cessna Sky, and Starbutseva. You've got, the champs of the ITA All-American, Killingsworth and Brylan as well. It's going to be a really, really fun day of women's doubles. Again, quarterfinals, semifinals scheduled for day 3. And then on the men's side, Voel, Cash, Bass, Law. That just might be your best match of the day, period. You've also got McDaniel, Martin of Georgia Tech taking on the Charlotte duo, Coy Simon, Stefano Sava. Love a little mid-major representation. You've also got Hildebrand, Pavel taking on Rothstart, Ferry, Vivas, Marcos, Maxted taking on the unseeded but obviously dangerous duo of Spaziri and Waldib. Those are your matchups for day number 3 at the ITA National Fall Championships, And of course, to all of you, I said it at the top, you want to follow any of the action, join us on our Cracked Rackets broadcast. We will be streaming from first ball to last, covering all of the main draw action here today. Again, we will be back tomorrow to recap all of that action in case you miss out on anything. Of course, a shout out to our friends at Track Tennis, to our friends at Tennis Ticker, without whom none of our coverage would be possible. A shout out to our friends at the ITA as well, Tim Russell, Dan Johnson, just across the board running a spectacular event, and we are thrilled to be able to be a part of it. Of course, I'm well aware there's Paris Masters action going on, Billie Jean King Cup action going on, JJ Wolf, Stefan Kozlov Part 3 happening in Charlottesville. We're going to save all of that for a mega podcast on Monday with a guest to be named. But for now, we're focusing on the ITA National Fall Championships, and we hope you join us. A shout out, as always, to our super producer, Daniel Westoff, who's been killing it day in, day out, minute in, minute out, hour in, hour out. A shout out as well to our friends at Tennis Point. Go to tennis-point.com, use that promo code CR15 with all of that set. For our friends at Track Tennis, at Tennis Ticker, at the ITA, at Tennis Point, for super producers Fliegner and Westoff, and from all of us here at both Cracked Rackets and the Tennis Channel Podcast Network, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You know what we say. That's the break, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. Welcome to the Mini Break, your daily podcast for the biggest storylines, results, and controversies from the tennis world. Today is Saturday, November 6th. What a day 2 of the ITA National Fall Championships we all got to experience. If you haven't been following along, come join us on our Cracked Rackets YouTube channel as we cover first ball to last of the final major event of the fall college tennis calendar. Of course, on today's show, I want to recap all of Friday's action, talk about the round of 16 quarterfinals results we saw in singles, talk about the round of 16 doubles action we saw as our nightcap, name my most impressive performers, preview day 3 semifinal action in singles, quarterfinals, and semifinals in doubles, offer a couple of predictions as well. Of course, before I can do any of that, I want to remind all of you listeners that the reason these podcasts are made possible is because of the support we get from all of you, is because of the support we get from our Cracked Rackets Patreon family, and of course, is because of the support we get from our friends over at Tennis Point. You all know the deal. Best equipment, best prices, all in one location, tennis-point.com. You use our promo code CR15. Not only will you get 15% off your order, you'll get free 2-day shipping on all orders exceeding $75. Best of all, a free can of Wilson Extra Duty tennis balls. Again, that's tennis-point, the symbol, not the spelling, tennis-point.com. The promo code is CR15. With that said, let's talk about day 2 of the ITA National Fall Championships. Let's start with our women's singles competition. We've got all seeds remaining in the draw. Should be a fascinating semifinal Saturday. Let's start at the top of the draw with arguably our most dominant performer to date. That title belongs to Cayetano. She's yet to drop a set in any of her 3 victories so far at this event. You look for her yesterday was a straight set win over Petra Houle of FSU. She then was the beneficiary of an upset at the top of the draw, knocks out Maria Kazireva of St. Mary's. You look for Cayetano. It's the explosiveness in the corner of the courts for the USC Trojans. She can just hurt her opponents from just about any. Welcome back to our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships. Alex Gruskin picking things up in our final women's doubles quarterfinal. Where we last left things, Vicky Flores, Lisa Czar had broken Makarova and Goldsmith of Texas A&M to take a 6-4 first set. We're on serve here in the second set, 4-all on court 17. Of course, as we've mentioned all weekend long, you can follow any individual stream you'd like on or via, our friends at Track Tennis. Shout out to my main man Igor and the team over there putting in work so that we can all enjoy the year's final major ITA event. Of course, we've also got 2 men's doubles quarterfinals going on right now. 5-1 lead for Ohio State's Voel and Cash on court 6. They're taking on the Baylor duo of Finn Bass and Sven Law. It's on serve 2-1 on center court. Hildebrand Pavel of UCF taking on Stanford's Ferry and Rothsard. Ferry, the only player still alive in both singles and doubles main draw competition. But of course, we go over to 6. Super producer Daniel Westoff, as always, on the 1s and 2s. He has a set point available for us. 1 of 2 here in the service game of Sven Law. 30-40. Again, 1-5. They're trailing Voel and Cash. Looks like that's Cash on the ad side. Hard for me to tell until we get them on this near side of the stream. But again, set points here. Second serve coming up. And there it is. First set, 6-1 to the ITA All-American #1 seeded Ohio State duo. We're back on 17. We're Pepperdine's duo. Flores, Czar. Near side of your screen. 15-30 in the service game of Vicky Flores. She's been the one slightly more of a struggle in her service games than it has been for Lisa Czar, but of course the former Georgia Tech All-American transferring over to Pepperdine for her final season of college has seen just about everything you can during her career. A rare unforced error, double fault for Flores. So now 15-40 here for the Waves. Of course, Pepperdine reaching an NCAA final last season. Dramatic 4-3 match. They fell just short against the Texas Longhorns. Of course, Pepperdine knocked off UNC in that semifinal 4-3 as well. Also 4-3 over UCLA in the quarterfinals. Was some sort of run for the Waves last year that they might be even better this season. A testament to the job Tara and Pete are doing over in Malibu, their coaches. Vicky Flores goes long. So 5-4 now. A&M serving for a split. We've seen two splits in our 3 women's doubles quarterfinals thus far. The only straight set match belonging to Elizabeth Scotty, NCAA champion, now partnered with Fiona Crawley at UNC. Straight set win over NCAA finalist Lulu Sun and her new partner, Charlotte Shavatapan of Texas. You also had 3-set wins from Old Dominion, 3-set wins from Baylor. We're now on stadium court serving. Excuse me, on the near side of your screen is the UCF duo of Pavel Hildebrand taking on Ferry and Rothsart. We pick things up 30-40 for the UCF Knights here. 2 breakpoint chances early for the Cardinal. That's how you say goodnight to one of those chances. Deuce now coming up, decisively put away at the net by Trey Hildebrand. It's Pavel serving, I believe here. Of course, Hildebrand, your 2020 ITA National Fall Champion in singles. No doubles competition last year. Double fault there from Pavel. That serve goes long. Break to the Cardinal. 3-2. Ferry roster to leave it at the turn. Let's go back to 17, Westhoff. 15 love here for Texas A&M. They look to force a 3rd set breaker. Of course, again, here in doubles, 3rd set's a 10-point tiebreaker. Played to 10, win by 2. Get there first. Now 30 love. Flores sends that volley into the net. So we go to a 3rd set. A&M holding 6-4 on court 17. Again, Goldsmith, Makarova, All-Americans last season. Not a surprise to see them have success here to kick things off. But again, 3-2 for the Stanford Cardinal duo. Alex Rothsart, Arthur Ferry. Rothsart serving near side of your screen. Such a fantastic freshman campaign for him. Definitely disappointing year last season, given the standards he had set for himself. Would be quite a coup here for Coach Goldberg. Not exactly a coup, I suppose, given all of these teams seeded, or the players seeded having success, but to get 2 semifinalists at a minimum at the National Fall Championship, wouldn't that be nice? Kick off your season. And that's easy. Ooh. Might have gotten him there. Ferry. Across the net, go apologize. I think he clipped him in the face. Oh no, going to grab the ball, excuse me. Gave him the hands up apology. I think he clipped him a little bit there. All is fair in love and war. There's now 30-40 there. Meanwhile, can we go back to that 30-40 point just because break point chances for us to get back on serve? 2 more here for UCF. Of course, as you see, though, third set breaker underway on 17. Break back to the Knights, 3-all. They're on center. Meanwhile, here we go. It's a 2-love start for Texas A&M here on court 17. Of this match, it's a date with Sasnaskaya. Start up Seva, excuse me, of Old Dominion. Vicky Flores made a play on it. It's too good, though, from A&M. 3-love here early in our third set breaker. Again, these third set breakers played to 10, win by 2, switch sides every 6 points. Let's see if Flores and Czar can't get a couple of these back here. Just keep it at a 1 mini break deficit. All A&M here early, 4-love now. Just, again, thinking about that point configuration. It's a good cross there from Lisa Czar. Better aggression from the Aggies, though. Again, love 4. Flores serving, far side. Great cross. Up 4-love. You take the chance. Perfectly executed there. 5-love now, Texas A&M. Meanwhile, Baylor starts out set number 2 with a break. Deuce point on court number 6 oncoming as they try to consolidate 4-2-love. So we'll keep our eye on that action. Keeping our eye on center court. Ferry, Rothster break right back. So 4-3 now. They lead on center. Staying here for the third set breaker. 5-love Texas A&M. Make it 6. So Wabash do hold 4-2-love. Here on court 6. First set went 6-1 to the top seeds, All-American champs Cash, Voel. Of course, Robbie Cash has already been ranked number 1 in the nation in doubles before with partner John McNally back in 2020. Huh. Takes the overhead out of the air. That's the Ty Tucker School of Doubles, folks. We pick things back up here. 6-love. A&M. 1 more on serve. Sails along on them. 7-love here. All Texas A&M in the breaker. They've seized the momentum. More importantly, just Flores seems to have lost her form here in the third. See if she can't get it back. Get a nice easy +1 poach here. Just get the wheels turning. A lot of tennis left to be played. On the board. Here we go. Pepperdine waves. Need to make the push. Need to make it now. 1-7 to start. Again, would love to see a cross here from Vicky Flores. +1 forehand. The forehand poach on the inside. Love that point construction, and you saw Flores peaking. That was what I was looking for, that aggressive mindset. Don't let the first 7 points, the errors that piled up, get in the way of what's ahead. She was looking to peek over. Allowed Czar to get an aggressive look at an approach shot. Splits the middle, 2 up. A lot of work still to do. 7-2 sounds better than 7-0, doesn't it? And now it's 7-3. Czar catches one down the line. Nothing you can do there if you're A&M. And if you're Makarova, Goldsmith, again, stay aggressive. Get to the net. You've coaxed the errors. Pepperdine with that aggression. Czar pinching forward here. It's a tough error for Vicky Flores. Low margin shot, but she was feeling it. I like the mindset. Still, can't give anything easy there. 3-8 now. Flores serving. Great point. And again, both teams communicating so well. They're going to switch sides. They'll realize it. There we go. Match points coming up for Makarova and Goldsmith there. So 9-3. Let's just go right back to it, Westhoff. Get me to 17. But perhaps most importantly, you all know what time it is. Give me that sound effect. Huddle. And I'm going to huddle as well. I love it. Match point here for the number 2 seeds. There it is. Makarova, Goldsmith. Into the semifinals, 3-set victory over Flores and Czar of Pepperdine. Have a matchup. Old Dominion looming in the semifinals later tonight. For now, we're back to the men. In the meantime, set point here for Ferry and Rothsart. E5 deuce. There it is. First set goes to the Cardinals. 6-3. Stanford takes it. Meanwhile, over on Court 6. It's all Baylor Bears here in set number 2. Three love. Baylor leads now 15 love. I believe it is Voel playing the ad. So it's cash here on the deuce. Yep, that's definitely Voel. So Voel ad, excuse me, cash deuce for this new Ohio State duo. Had so much success here in the fall. All Baylor Bears right now, though. How much does Mate Voel have left in the tank? 3-set match for him earlier against Stanford's Arthur Ferry. Goes the way of Stanford. Meanwhile, I apologize to these coaches. I'm getting lit up by the San Diego coaches, of course. August Holmgren playing in tomorrow's final. You see the put away there from Sven Law. Asking me if I'm a believer in Holmgren now. The answer to that question is unequivocally yes. I don't think I was ever not a believer in August Holmgren. I just maybe wasn't on the bandwagon as much as I should be. Good hands there from Robbie Cash at the net. It's a double break 3 love lead here for Baylor, 40-15 as well to extend it to 4 love. Ferry Rotzart. Currently up 40 love in their opening service game of set number 2. It's textbook stuff, though, from the Baylor Bears. Split the middle, solves the riddle. 4 love Baylor here. Lopsided second set. As we just saw, third set would be a 10-point super breaker. Baylor hasn't need to play any of those yet. All here now. All doubles rest of the way here on our broadcast. Semifinals coming up a little bit later. Consolation semifinals later tonight as well. Good attempt there, but if Robbie Cash can do one thing, it's finish a volley at the net. High backhand volley is something we've seen so many players struggle with. No struggle there for Cash. King points now for the Buckeyes. Can't believe he made that. What a volley from Mate Voel. Casual little backhand slice volley down the line. They hold 4-1-4. Meanwhile, back on center court, more difficulties for the UCF Knights. 30-40 in the opening service game. For Hildebrand and Pavel. Backhand sails long. Going for the kill here now. Deuce point coming up. 6-3 one-love lead for Stanford. Ferry. Only player still alive in both the singles and doubles main draws. That's good stuff from the Golden Knights. I don't know if they're golden, to be honest. I know they're Knights, but UCF won all they hold here on center. Let's go back to 6. We'll keep our eye here on Stadium, but Bass, Law serving 4-1 in that second set. They look to send their match to a third set breaker. Love 15 here for Cash and Voel. You see Sven Law serving on the near side of your screen, which means I was incorrect. Last changeover, when I said nice put away by Law, it was a nice put away by, or by Bass, it was a nice put away by Law. Anyways, that's a me issue. Sven Law here. #1 doubles player in the country. Earlier in his Baylor career, of course. Baylor coming off of an NCAA final. They may have gotten even better this season. All the talent, Coach Woodson's down to Waco. A sneak peek for all of you Cracked Rackets fans tuning in. Our team going to be headed to Baylor next weekend. Fun content planned in the works there. Excited to share that with all of you. Excited to share our College Contenders series with all of you. You may have seen a sneak peek on our YouTube channel as our number 10 men's team Kentucky video was released. Good hands again by the Buckeyes. Now, all of the sudden, 2 breakpoint chances. Oh, super producer Daniel Westoff informs me. UCF Knights, not golden. Just regular Knights. Golden in my eyes. Golden in my eyes. And of course, Coach John Roddick, Coach Brian Kanyeko. Great things going down there for the UCF tennis program. Our gracious host last May in Orlando. Nothing gracious about that return from Mate Voel. They break 4-2-4. It's good to know, John, you're fresh on the case. Just so you know, John Parsons, new Cracked Rackets contributor, writer of the No Ad, No Problem blog, helping me preview the top 10 women's teams heading into this season. Used to be the college tennis holy trinity. I think now we're just the wash trinity. But myself, Matt Stakowiak, Chris Halioris, previewing our top 10 men. Hopefully going to have the chance to chat with the men's and women's coaches as well. Can inform all of you, Coach Melissa Schaub has returned my message. I have not returned hers yet to lock in a date, but we'll have that early next week. Tag you're it, says Ohio State to Sven Law. 30 love now. Very nice ball from Sven Law. It's just good tennis, folks. Anytime you've got a point where there's a volley off of an overhead, you gotta like what you're seeing. Finn Bass here this season. I know Finn a little bit personally. Being around that Baylor program as well. He's put in a lot of work this offseason. We saw some success for him at the ITF level. With all of the names floating around that Baylor lineup, just keep an eye on Finn Bass this season, folks. Not that return. That one wasn't too pretty. But he will be contributing in some way in that lineup. Still 40-30 here for the Buckeyes. Try to narrow that deficit a bit. Still down a break. Make it 3-4. It was 1-4. Middle solves the riddle. Ohio State holds 4-3-4. Meanwhile, 1-2 buckle my shoe on center court. And yes, it's that sort of hour, folks. Still, Stanford, more chances in the UCF service games. 15-40, 3 chances at a break. Already lead by a set. Had break points in the first service game of this set for UCF before some big serving. Got the non-Golden Knights out of a jam. Overhead into the net. Break of serve for Stanford. So now a 6-3, 3-1 lead. I apologize. I'm looking through the records here to see If anyone is swept, or if so, who the last player was to sweep both the singles and doubles title in the same year. See, Samdev Devarman, 2007. He and Tret Huey won the doubles. Samdev, of course, two-time NCAA champion, won the singles as well. So that's one. I think that's the last guy to do it, folks. Tell you what, if you're looking in college tennis history and you're making lists, you want to be on that list with Samdev Devarman. Good hands there from Bogdan and Pavel. Pavel and Hildebrand. Interesting, just looking through these record books and past champions, now coaches in college tennis. Paul Goldstein of Stanford, 1995 doubles champion. Got Notre Dame assistant. Ross Wilson, two-time doubles champion. Nick Crowell, head coach at Oklahoma. 2000 doubles champion. Had the event been played, I'm sure Billy Martin and Steve Denton would have won it. Right now, it's all Stanford Cardinal. They hold for a 6-3, 4-1 lead here on Stadium. Back over to 6. 30-15. Bassenlaw leading. They're up a break 4-3 here in the second set. It was number 1 seed All-American Chance Boetzel and Cash of Ohio State. In the first set, 6-1. That's really good. It's that simple, folks. 2 up, controlling the net, executing on the volleys. 40-15. Cash goes big, ball in the net. 5-3, Baylor Bears here on court 6, 1 game away from forcing a third set breaker. Meanwhile, back on Stadium court, Hildebrand Pavel looking to stay alive. It's now 1-4-15 all. Stanford had break points. Up 1-love in this match, in this set. Very well be 5-love right now. By the way, now on court, women's semifinal number 1, Scotty, Crawley, Kriwaj, Hirana, Linana. So 2 Baylor Bear teams competing together. I know super producer Daniel Westoff going to go look for that so we can give you all a court assignment. Right now, it's 30-15. Awful serving for UCF. Great coverage, quick hands. That's why they're up. Brilliant play there from Stanford, 30-all now. They want to end this match now. Nice those legs for Ferry's. Got one more to go if they were to win. Semifinal being played later tonight. I believe they face the TCU team. Should they win this? Double check the draws real quick. Indeed they would. Vivas Marco, Maxted. Knocking off Spaziri and Walteam in straight sets a little bit earlier. Stick around here for this game point, 40-30. Keep our eye on 6 as well. It's a good hold for Hildebrand and Pavel. 2-4, just trying to stick around till they get an opportunity. Meanwhile, let's go to 6 if we can, Westoff. Set point here for Svenloff, Finn Bass. 30-40 in the Mate Voetel service game. Tough miss for Robbie Cash. Set goes to the Bears. So third set breaker oncoming. In the meantime, court number 10, the scene of our first doubles semifinal. You see here on your screen, near side of the court. Unmistakable. Elizabeth Scotty, Fiona Crawley, Coach Calbus. Carolina team has been so successful for the past decade of women's college tennis. Straight set win for Crawley in 2021 NCAA doubles champ Scotty. Her title henceforth. Scotty another victory over her NCAA foible. Kylie Collins of Texas. Of course, for Fiona Crawley was a 3-set loss in one of your matches of the day yesterday, round of 16 to Stanford freshman Connie Ma. No Scotty in singles here at this event, but again, with the absence, graduation, I should say, of Graham, Davitella, Jones. Coach Calb is going to be looking for people to step up at the top of his lineup. These are two people who will certainly be expected to do so, and I've given this sizzly takeout. By the time we get to their preview podcast, it's not going to be fresh anymore. I think Fiona Crawley's got #1 singles written all over her. Undefeated in dual matches last season. The firepower so clear. It's a very fun doubles duo that I think is only going to continue to get better with more repetitions. But of course, don't want to sleep on the run of Rana Lanata. Rewaj here this fall. You look at the Baylor duo was able to accomplish through the run to their regional. for Alicia Herrera-Lanana. Entering senior year in Waco. Put away there from Crawley was all Big 12 second team singles, first team academic last season. 18-5 in doubles play during the spring. See a good cross there from the Bears. Back over to 6. Set breaker underway. Good move there. Though just in the net. So we're back on serve now. 1-2. Third set breaker, by the way. Also a senior for Baylor. It's an experienced duo together. Baylor Bears fascinating season last fall. Only lost to Texas and Duke in the NCAA round of 32. Those were their only losses on the year. So one to circle certainly here in 2022. Meanwhile, the Baylor men don't need to list through their successes and again. Good pickup by Finn Bass on that first volley. Of course, he and Charlie Broom at the end of last season. So much success. And number 3 doubles for the Bears out that NCAA tournament run. And of course, who could forget the energy of the NCAA final? Baylor taking doubles. That match. Sven Law has been a part of so much Baylor doubles success over his first 3 years.
3-2.
All of a sudden, Baylor Bears back on serve. They lead 3-2 here. Again, tiebreakers play to 10, win by 2, switching sides every 6 points. Sven, you didn't need to play that. That's what Finn wants to say to Sven Law there. I think he lost just sight of where he was on the court. Meanwhile, over here, Ferry, Rothschild 5-3. They're serving for the match now on Stadium Court. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's go back to the tiebreaker, though. 3-all there. Oh, as they make the turn. Duh, my bad. Good call, Westhoff. Team love here. The Cardinal 3 points away is Arthur Ferry. Semifinals in both the men's singles and doubles. I think that was a double fault, though. 15-all now. Meanwhile, again, 3-all here. Lob drops in. So mini break back to the Bears. Nothing you can do there if you're Ohio State. That lob right off the baseline. That's just perfect execution. You can see Coach Kronagi there on the sideline. He's got the arms crossed. To say that's just too good. Surprisingly, I don't think Crow won this event. No, it was Wilson and Green, Buchanan and Rolla. No, Justin Kroenke. Oh no, he made the final. Of course he did.
Come on, come on.
I was looking at the doubles. Coach Crow, duh. Finalist 2008. Who could forget? He lost to teammate Brian Kanyeko in the final there of the ITA All-American. Let's go back to center court. Center court, though. Match points here for Rossard and Ferry. Westhoff, you know it. I'm sure it's already queued. Arthur Ferry and Alex Rossard. Excuse me, Rossard. They advance in straight sets into the semifinals where a date with TCU awaits. Meanwhile, guys have come roaring back here on court number 6. They now take 4 mini break lead. The deciding third set, apologize, was lost in the Crow record book. Good question, Lucia. Women's dubs on court 10. You can find the stream for that on track via our friends at wearecollegetennis.com, the ITA homepage. Search ITA Fall Nationals. That's on court 10. Again, we will head over to that as soon as we are done here. Third set breaker in this quarterfinal. By the way, both of our women's semifinals now on set. On court, Sasnskaya, Starbdubtseva taking on Makarova Goldsmith. That's on court 11. We'll hop over there shortly as well. Things happening on the grounds, folks. Right now, we're locked in this third set breaker. 7-4 Buckeyes. We'll change sides after this point. Worth noting, Baylor has raced out to a 3-1 40-15 lead over UNC over on court 11. Excuse me, court 10. Court 11, the site of Old Dominion, Texas A&M. Women's semifinal dubs. Serve missing a little long there. 7-4 Buckeyes lead. Just a 1 mini break, technically. Certainly feels more daunting than that. Split the middle, though. Well executed backhand volley. We make the turn 5-7 here on court 6. Meanwhile, you want to just peek over on court 10. May have just been a hold there, so they may be changing over sides. In which case, if you want to make a peek on 11, the site of our other semifinal, I know they're still warming up there on 11. Here we go, court 10. 40-30 here for Baylor. Make that a game. So 4-1 Baylor leads on court 10, first set of our women's singles semifinal. Meanwhile, 5-7, Finn Bass serving for Baylor, near side of your screen. Deciding third set breaker here in our final men's quarterfinal. Great backhand volleys, better forehand. Middle solves the riddle, folks. 8-5 now, double mini break lead. Match is on the racket of Ohio State. Not done yet. Not done yet, says Sven Loss. Stunning return there. Bass with the put-away job. 8-6 now. backhands there from Lob. He's not able to coax that one back in the court. Stay alive, though. They get the one they needed. Still trail 6-9. 2 back on serve. Meanwhile, again, Old Dominion, A&M underway. Women's singles semifinal on court 11. Baylor, UNC, or other women's doubles semifinal on court 10. Big swing by Mate Voel there. Ball sails long on him, though. You see Isaac Vandermeer, Baylor assistant, top-notch doubles pro himself. A few words of encouragement. 7-9 now. And Buckeyes going to have a match point on their racket no matter what. Nice volley. From Finn Bass. So they're going to have to earn it. That's all you can do if you're the Baylor Bears there. Hold on your 2 serves. 9-8 though. Westhoff. This is the one. Give me the slow clap. Sven had the overhead. He wanted it. Goes in the net, though. Voel, Cash, survive. 3-set victory. 6-1, 3-6, 10-8. They advance to tonight's semifinal round. Meanwhile, now we're on 10. Only women's doubles semifinal main draw. Plus, we've got, one consolation match going on. Arkansas, Nebraska on court 14. Not a broadcast court, though, for us. So again, our red zone stream here. Gonna stick with you through these women's doubles semifinals. Right now, all Baylor Bears 4-2. UNC love 30 now. Crawley returning your side of your screen. Loves that inside in backhand down the line. And I love the little skip there of frustration. Still 15-30. Now the NCAA doubles champion, Elizabeth Scotty, turning on the outside. Great ball. That's the 1-2 punch this team can bring. And now 2 break points here to get us back on serve in our semifinal. Excuse me, in semifinal number 1. See if Crawley pinches forward. She looks at Coach Kalbis. She does indeed. Oh, look at the hands from Fiona Crawley. We're watching, again, the development unfold with every passing point. Back on serve, 3-4 here. Meanwhile, near side of your screen, Makarova, Goldsmith off court not too long ago. Now right back out to it. Semifinal matchup as they take on Sasneskaya. Stardom Seva, the IT All-American finalist from Old Dominion. In case you're just joining us, Makarova and Goldsmith, All-Americans last season. Goldsmith went 26-12 overall in doubles. Excuse me, Makarova did. Goldsmith 20-12, all of those matches with Makarova. Of course, duo beat number 5 seeded Jada Daniel, Adriana Riemi, the NCAA round of 16. Earned that quarterfinal All-American berth, excuse me. And they hold here, get things started. 1-all on court number 11. Meanwhile, again, our women's doubles semifinals. Court 10, Crawley, Scotty of UNC, Herrera Linana, Krewa of Baylor. You've also got here Sasneskaya, Stardom Seva, Old Dominion, Goldsmith, A&M. Good stuff there from this duo. Continuity is so clear. Makarova, Goldsmith, the way they again seem to be in sync. One's ready to move forward, the other's ready to join them. One's poaching, the other's switching. One of those rare moments they're not in sync. Coach throwing them off. Still. See the aggression Makarova and Goldsmith are going to play with 15-30 here. All that continuity applied to them applies to Sasneskaya and Stardom Seva as well. Goes long there though, so Texas A&M 3 breakpoint chances early here. Take a 2-1 lead. Meanwhile, 4-all. Crawley and Scotty hold on court 10. Of course, if you missed any of today's action, you'll be able to catch up on it all on tomorrow's Mini Break podcast. Those podcasts available on our website, crackbrackets.com. Break of serve to A&M here on court 11. They lead 2-1. Early goings here in our semifinal. Let's go to 10. 15-all now. Linana, Kriwaj, ran out to a 4-1 lead. 4-all here. We've been broken once in that stretch, let's be clear. This Baylor duo can play extraordinarily aggressive doubles. Nice poach there. So now 3 break point chances. The script has been flipped once again. And look, it's the same start we saw for Scotty and Crawley in their first match today against Collins and Shavathappan. Went down an early break, found their rhythm. Seems to have had that same playbook in this match. Again, 15-40 here. 3 breakpoint chances for the Heels. Let's be clear for the record. One Tar Heel, whether it be in singles or doubles, has made an ITA National Fall Championship final in 4 of the last 6 seasons. Go all the way back 5 of the last 8. If you want to go back to 2013 and include Jamie Loeb, and why wouldn't we want to go back to 2013 and include Jamie Loeb? So many players, whether it's Loeb, Haley Carter, obviously the Graham Davatella Jones trio. Next generation of Tar Heel successes here, though. 5-4, Scotty serving near side of your screen for this first set. Huh. How about that backhand? Sails long, so now 2 points away are the Tar Heels from this first set. I like the energy of this duo too. So upbeat and positive. See Coach Calvis, a couple instructions. By the way, break point for Sasnaskyan. Start with Dubseva, 2 of them. Get back on serve on 11. We'll go there next. Heck of a lob from Elizabeth Scotty. Press for Baylor just to get that racket on it. And Crawley had the overhead she wanted. Just good defense from the Bears. 30-15 now. Deuce point on 11. splits the middle. Brilliant return there from the Bears. Again, upset win over the top seeds from Wake Forest. It was a 3-set victory. Indeed it was. Take that match 3-6, 6-3, 10-5. The Bears not afraid of a set deficit. Inflection point sort of moment at 30-all. Ooh. That's where the inexperience from Crawley. Bold shot choice there. Coach Kalbas will chat with his team. Here's the location, Scotty. You know how to execute. 30-40 now. Break points. I formation. Love that for the heels. Give Scotty a look at a forehand. Crawley a look at a forehand volley. And yet it's the backhand error. The Bears break back. 4-5 all. Look at this Baylor Bear team. Again, a couple of seniors. Mel Crewad out of Argentina. First Bear to be named all Big 12 first team in singles and doubles since 2015. Of course, her partner, Herrero Lanana, as I mentioned, second team all Big 12s in singles. Heck of a year for the Baylor Bears as they hosted an NCAA regional. Fiona Crawley's favorite return. Inside in on that backhand wing. There's a lot of pace on that ball. Difficult to get that volley down. So we'll have 15 here. Meanwhile, A&M did hold 4-3-1. So they consolidate their break lead on ODU. Of course, coming up later tonight, men's doubles semifinals. Stanford taking on TCU. Georgia Tech taking on Ohio State. 3 of our top 4 seeds have advanced to the semifinals in doubles. Physical rally there for 30-all from the Bears. Again, one of those inflection points of the match. 5-all, 30-all. the way, Goldsmith, Makarova now 4-1 lead on court 11. We'll get back there. It's a tight match here. Critical stages, 2 game points, 40-30 here. Bears. It's deuce point coming up. See again, this was a decision we saw in their earlier match as well. Let's turn to the veteran. Let's turn to Scotty. Like the way she pulls that ball cross. Probably a bit better, you know. Crawley wants to take that backhand line. But in the end, yeah, Scotty slapping her racket. Poor return, better execution from the Bears. How about that? Makarova. She and Goldsmith 4-1. Though 15-40 here. And Sasnskaya started up Seva, had break points in that last A&M service game as well. It's finding a hold. That's been the tricky part thus far for ODU. That return sails long, though. Oh, no, she got clipped. Looks okay. Just a little frustrated, no doubt. Break goes to ODU. And by the way, nothing wrong with that shot choice. Hard down the center. Brilliant return of serve there. 2-4 here. And again, I like this. What are we missing? Some sort of communication. Think about a call. Maybe a miscommunication there. That's so good. I don't care that that volley went into the net. That's such an excellent decision. And you just see how on top of the baseline, on top of that A&M are. They're daring you. Pass us. We dare you. They're making a bet that you can't beat them from that position on the court. And it's a good bet to make. It's a winning proposition thus far for the Aggies. With errors though in this game. So now for 30 love, excuse me. Meanwhile, 30-15 for Crawley Scotty as they try to force a first set breaker on 10. Keep an eye on that match. Of course, cover that breaker as soon as it gets there. Ball sails a bit long. So 3-4, still a break lead for, yeah, no, not long. Oh, excuse me, it was 30-15, not 40-30. So 40-15 now, my bad. There it is. That's the hold for ODU. Still 4-3 lead for A&M, but now we're back on court number 10. Tiebreaker underway. Early mini break lead for the Heels. 1-love. You see Elizabeth Scotty serving far side of the court. It's a heck of a return there. 4-1 all. Interesting play there. They go forehand over overhead. It ends up working, but bold choice, Cotton. Two 2-1 lead for the Heels. Choice, poor execution, love the aggression, love the move forward, even love the swinging volley choice there. This is in the high part of the net, so 3-1 mini break Tar Heels. Nice serve there. At 3-2 in our first set breaker. Meanwhile, 15 all on court 11. Makarova Goldsmith up 4-3. A break. Scotty dumps that one in the net. So 3 all here on 10. Quick peek over to 11. Those hands. What a catch. Of course, that ball going off the racket of the Texas A&M player at the net. 30 all now. Meanwhile, still 3 all. Let's go back to 10. Raleigh serving. It's 2 volleys there, tough ones in the net for Elizabeth Scotty. So 4-3 now. Baylor, their first lead here in this tiebreak. First lead really in this match. Comfortably since they led 4-1 here by a break in the first. call confirmed by her partner. That's a 1-2. How do you do? Mini break back. So we're even here for all. Meanwhile, can we switch to 11 quickly? Quick Popeye of 11. Deuce point coming up here. 4-3 Makarova Goldsmith. They're serving far side of your court. Of course, we're keeping our eye on that breaker over on 10. 4-all there. First set. This is a pivotal moment. 4-3 deuce. It's a break of serve to ODU. 4-all here now on court number 11. Back to court 10. 5-4 here for Baylor. We're on serve in the breaker. Serve called out. I form again for the heels. Net cord goes their way. Coach Calvis scattering to grab that ball. Offer a few instructions. 5-all here. This is the inflection point of the match thus far. Serve from Scotty. I love the aggression there. Personally, would have given myself a bit more margin on that stage of the match, but you play for keeps, you play for broke. She saw the line. She goes for it just wide. Set point coming up here, 6-5 for Crawley. Scotty, worth noting, they won their first set earlier today over Collins and Shafat Tapan 7-6 as well. Fascinating to see Scotty pull back there. Looked like she was going to press forward. It's Crawley who gets tested at the net. Nearly comes up with the goods twice. Able to do it once, but just in the net there. The twirl indicating her frustration. Also a little excitement there. And again, I love the energy of this North Carolina duo, but 6-all at the turn. Again, it's the continued aggressiveness of Baylor, Herrero, Lanana, and Kraiwaj that keeps them in this match, and again has had them so successful here early in the season. Meanwhile, I don't think A&M thought that volley was landing in. It ultimately does. But we're back on 10 here. 6-all first set breaker. It's crunch time. See again, constant shuffling at the net, threatening for the poach. 7-6 set point Baylor. What a point. Credit to both sides there. Again, the aggression from Scotty, though, to keep moving at the net in that circumstance. Crawley joins her to play 2 up. The swinging volley sets it up. Scotty puts it away. Play on. 7-all here on court 10. Doesn't get much better than this, folks. Another good move from Scotty. The hanging half volley gives her the chance at an overhead. She takes it, fist pumps across the board. Set point now for the heels. 8-7 here in the first set breaker. Meanwhile, Goldsmith, Makarova, 4-5 now. They're down in the first. They've led 4-1. It's been Sasnaskaya and Startup Seva who've come roaring back. And there it is. First set to the heels, 9-7. Another breaker going the way of Elizabeth Scott. Let's go back to 11. Again, 5-4 right now. ODU All-American finalist Sasnaskaya and Startup Seva won the last 4 games. Momentum on their side now. Both teams earned 3-set wins earlier today. Nice aggressiveness there at the net. 30-15 now for the Aggies. There's your hold for 5-all here on court 11. Meanwhile, I believe our Consolation men's semifinals now on court in the doubles. You can find those on courts 9. I believe 16, excuse me. We're locked in on our main draw action here. So you see here 4, excuse me. Breakpoint chances now. There it is. A&M now going to serve for the set, up 6-5 here. Meanwhile, let's go back to 10. By the way, our men's double semifinal, Ferry, Rotsart, Vives Marcos, Maxted now entering court as well. We'll keep our eye on that. Meanwhile, here, probably Scotty start out set number 2 with a hold. Good stuff there. Court 11. Heck of a return there. 15 all now. Ball there. Challenge the feet. Indian player, and so now here for Texas A&M. Crawley, Scotty, 2 breakpoint chances on 10 for 2 love. We're starting to see some separation. Good pressure there, though. 30 all. Meanwhile, Crawley, Scotty do get the break for 2 love. Semifinal officially underway between Ferry, Rotsart, Vives Marcos, and Maxted. get the break back. 6-all tiebreaker to decide set number 1 here on court 11, women's doubles semifinals. Sasnskaya, Startup Seva of Old Dominion, ITA All-American finalists taking on 2021 All-Americans, Makarova and Goldsmith of Texas A&M. Makarova, Goldsmith just served for the set. We're broken. They're returning now. First point, far side of your screen. Love the move by ODU. Good response, though, to split the middle. 1-love mini break lead here on court 11. Meanwhile, again, we're keeping our eye on it. Match in progress. Stanford versus TCU men's doubles semifinal. Waiting for the official court call from super producer Danny Westoff. So 1-all here now. So 2-1 now for ODU. This team just scraps, claws, do a little bit of everything well on the court. Very impressed with their communication. Again, their synchronization in their movements. Great return there from the Aggies for 2-all, but this ODU team is for real, folks. They are for real. Two now. They lead. Meanwhile, Crawley, Scotty, 3-love lead on court number 10. Ferry, Rotsart out to a 1-love lead. Can see this Marcos and Maxted. I believe that's on center court. Westoff, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Mini break lead for ODU now 4-2. Buckle my shoe at the turn. Let's go over to 10 in the meantime. 3-love. Oh, excuse me. It's ready for us. Let's go to center. TCU's Vives Marcos, Maxted, 2 newcomers. Help try and fill the gap left by the absence of Alistair Gray. Of course, you bring in Juan Carlos Aguilar as well. A lot to like if you're a Horned Frog fan. Go Frogs. Now, Vives Marcos, Maxted, and an ITA National Fall Singles finalist, Arthur Ferry. Partner Alex Rotsart of Stanford. Let's go back to our tiebreaker, though, on 11. 5-2 now lead for ODU. About that, when it's working, it's working. From the fence. Beats A&M down the line. Set points coming, 4 of them for the All-American finalists. Meanwhile, Crawley and Scotty, 3 love 40 now. They've got 4 break chances for a 4 love lead. It's 1 fought off by A&M. Can we quickly pop over to court 10? Quick pop over to 10. Goes just wide there on the first break point. 3 more chances for them here. Let's go back to 11. Set point 6-3 in the breaker. Serves coming up for Makarova and Goldsmith. Again, seen a bunch of 3-set doubles matches on the day. Would not be a shock to see this team go the distance. Pretty, very, very pretty stuff. 1 set point fought off. Meanwhile, Crawley, Scotty do break. 7-6 for love. Commanding lead for the Tar Heels, looking to make it 6 out of 9 years with a finalist at this event for Coach Calvis and the Heels. There's the first set. Sasnskaya, Startup Seva, arguably the story in college tennis here to start 2021. First set 7-6 here in our national fall doubles semifinals. Meanwhile, 4 love 15. Love 15 for Crawley, Scotty here. You know Baylor's going to keep coming at you with their aggression. They do get on top of the net. They keep attacking. And Coach Calvis is saying could have swung through that one maybe. Instead, we got love 30 here. Baylor trying to make a little bit of a move. It was UNC who overcame a 4-1 deficit in set 1. Why not 4 love for the Bears here in set 2? Double fault leads to 4 break point chances for the Baylor Bears. Again, it's a double break, 4 love deficit, but 4 love turns into 4-1. Who knows where we go from there? Serves go from Scotty. 40. Little too much juice on that approach, and you're going to see the I form here again likely for Crawley and Scotty. Why are they doing that, you ask yourself at home? It's to give both players a look at that inside forehand. Ooh, a rare conventional look here on the ad side. Good switch up there from Coach Calvis. Liked what he had been seeing. Deuce point coming up, effectively a match point. Such a big difference. Even if it's still a break of serve between 4-1 and 5 love. We're going back to the ad side. Same form here for the Heels. Let's see if they can get this one close to putting it away. Response goes wide. So that's 1. Back for the Bears here. 1-4. They still trail by a break of serve in our women's doubles semifinal. Meanwhile, here on Stadium Court, Ferry, Rothsart, Stanford, 40-30 in their 1-all service game against Vives Marcos and Maxted of TCU. Nice volley put away there. So 2-1 they hold here on Stadium. Meanwhile, back to 11. Makarova and Goldsmith drop the first set, 7-6. Had their chances there. Up 4-1. Again, was a seesaw sort of set. Say that 5 times fast. Seesaw sort of set. 40-15 here for the 2021 All-Americans. Makarova and Goldsmith just kind of steady the ship. Start out set 2. Not getting past, you're not doing it right. No problem with that decision. Still 1-0. Makarova, Goldsmith hold to start out set number 2. We're back on 10 here, where it's a 1-4 deficit for the Baylor Bears. They face the same deficit in the first set. And it's worth noting, it's only a single break of serve from here on in, but you never want to start with the double fault. So love 15 now. It's too easy. Great serve, +1 combo, 15 all. They keep coming. You've got 2 seniors on the court. That's the tenaciousness you expect. What do they have to lose at this point? Keep swinging, playing freely. All sails long. Now 40-30, game point chances here for Baylor. Again, 2-4, not nearly as daunting. Still a 4 deficit. They found themselves down just a few minutes ago. Meanwhile, Makarova, Goldsmith, a couple of early breakpoint chances to take a 2-love lead in set number 2. That volley into the net, though. So deuce point coming up. They've gone to Scotty all match long. They're going right back to her here. Let the NCAA champ decide our fate, says North Carolina. This decision. Break goes to the heels, and you gotta give a tip of the cap, knock of the racket for us here in tennis to the aggression of this Baylor duo. They keep moving forward, and long term, that's what you want to see from these seniors, because eventually that volley goes in. Eventually you make that 40-30 backhand serving and volley into the net look routine. But for now, Crawley and Scotty going to serve to, again, 6 times in the last 9 seasons have a UNC player reach the final of this event. When it's working, it's working. And right now for Crawley, it's working. Here it is. Oh, wait, did that land in? It did indeed land in. Never mind. Heck of a return there from the Bear. So here comes the moment. Super producer Daniel Westoff, give me that sound effect. You know what time it is. Try it again. Why don't we? Super producer Daniel Westoff, give me that sound effect, please. 40-30 coming. There it is. Crawley, Scotty, 7-6, 6-1. They advance to the finals over Hirano Lanana and Crywatch. That's 6 out of the last 9 years we've seen a Tar Heel in the National Fall Final, in a National Fall Final. Meanwhile, back here on 11, 3-love lead for Goldsmith and Makarova as they look to force a third set. So we see here 30 all, court 11. Had the ball she wanted. Ends up in the net. Deuce point coming up here again. Makarova and Goldsmith looking to race out. 4-love lead here in set number 2. Force a third set breaker. Meanwhile, 4-2 for Ferry and Rotsert on center court. Follow that doubles match if you're looking for it. Our friends at Track Tennis, the ITA College website. Meanwhile, again, deuce point coming up here. It's all A&M right now. Oh, be careful. That's going to get a violation of some sort. She races off to go grab it. She knows. That's no bueno. They're seeing if a point penalty was assessed. The answer is no. Yeah, I think we're racing to a third set breaker here, folks. All A&M in this set, and the All-Americans, Makarova, Goldsmith, reminding all of us why here. Of course, some loose errors from Sasnskaya started to save us, certainly helping. A&M now 40-love. Point away from a 5-love lead here in set number 2. Meanwhile, Ferry, Rotsart consolidated their break. They're up 5-2 on center court. And that's where we're going to head now, as it's 5-love here on 11. 30-love here for the TCU duo. That's Marcos, Max step. Lot to like for this TCU duo, regardless of how they finish up here in this match. Semifinals. The two making their debut here this fall. Love now. Want to at least force Stanford to serve it out. That's exactly what they do here. Ferry, Rotsart serving 5-3. We see it's Rotsart going to serve here. Coach Goldsmith offering just a word or two of advice. No words necessary. coverage. Good hands there from TCU. Good effort, though, from Rossard. He looks fitter than he looked a season ago back. That springiness we saw from him as a freshman. 15, though. Meanwhile, of course, keeping our eye on 11 as Makarova, Goldsmith of A&M try to force a third. $15 now. You're on Stadium. Yeah, 30-15 as that return floats wide. Rothsard, of course, started out his college career paired, returning fifth year senior, I should say. Axel Geller. Really fun to watch those two compete at the 2020 National Indoors. Good play from Ferry at the net. Good shadowing from Rothsard at the baseline. And now 3 game points, set points coming up for Stanford here on Stadium. Money, first set, Stanford Cardinal, 6-3, back to 11, 15-30 here. Goldsmith, Makarova, 2 points away, forcing a decisive third set breaker. Little too much juice on that return. Here we go here now, 40-30. Just force to try and serve it out. No siree. Deuce point coming up. Let's see which side they choose. They go at, or deuce, excuse me, after conversation with coach. Serve. Oh, Dios mío. Volley ends up in the net. Still a 5-1 lead for Makarova and Goldsmith here on 11. We'll stay here for now. And it was a 6-3 first set. Ferry and Rothsart over Villegas Marcos and Maxted. Still waiting for Voel Cash to come on court. So they're going to take on Martin Daniel, Georgia Tech. Set ain't over quite yet, though. Well, 15 here now for the Aggies. And again, Sasneskaya, startup Seva, ultimately reached finals of the ITA All-American. Lost a 3-set thriller in that final. Of course, for Makarova, Goldsmith, quarterfinalist, 3rd set thriller they lost to Chen and Flores of Pepperdine. 15-all here now. 5-1 service game. Again, 3rd set breaker looms should this match go to a 3rd. 30 all here now, and you just wonder this hour of day where the legs start to feel a little heavier. 30 all here now. It's a good rally there. Though leads to a set point opportunity. 2 of them now. Or Makarova and Goldsmith, 2 more of them, I should say. They lead 40-30. There it is. We're going 3 here on court 11. Makarova, Goldsmith. Good eyes there from Alex Ronsart. As that ball sail long for 30-15. As Marcos Maxted holding to kick off our second set. Meanwhile, again, no action yet in our second semifinal, at least not on the scoreboard. No update. I believe we had a withdrawal. Suppose check. Make sure that's the case. Sails wide on him. Good hands there from Ferry. Good 0-2 overhead combo, though. And now we're back on 11. Third set breaker here. Final match of the day for us on our stream. See here now. Early goings of our third set breaker. Love the aggression there from ODU. That's what they went away from in set number 2. Now it's a lot easier when you can see a 10-point finish line to recapture that aggression. Press that foot to the gas pedal here for another strong 12 minutes of play. 12-minute sprint here in this breaker. Scoreboard jumping around on us right now. Looks to beat her down the line. No doubt that ball was indeed wide. And early on here, momentum for ODU. Trying to build up their aggression. Yeah, you see the scoreboard jumping all over the place right now. Confirm that's a double fault. No, we're 5 points deep. I believe it's 3-2. No, 4-1 indeed. 4-1. Old Dominion here. Good hands at the net. Love that ODU found a way to sneak in 2 up. Again, they play with such aggression here in this breaker, but 4-2 now, 2 points the way of the Aggies. Meanwhile, back on Stadium Court. Game point here for the Horned Frogs, up 40-30. Of course, we'll get back to our third set breaker as soon they're out of that changeover. Hold for TCU 2-1 here on center court. Back to court 11 where it's 4-2 ODU. Serving on the near side, though, Texas A&M's won the last 2 points. The second set 6-1 after dropping the first in a breaker. Long though. So now 5-2 Old Dominion. Doesn't even get up from the squat, just let that ball sail over her head. The errors are starting to pile up. 6-2 here for ODU. You want to make that push now. We saw Pepperdine, Georgia Tech start to make a push. Excuse me, Pepperdine, Georgia Tech. Pepperdine start to make a push in this match last time, but just too little, too late. Can't afford to fall behind much more than this. Here A&M. Gutsy stuff. And again, ODU has the overhead. A lot harder to hit that ball, though, as daytime turns tonight. Challenge anyone to go out there, hit that overhead under the night sky. Much needed error for Makarova and Goldsmith. They get the break they were looking for. 3-6. They still trail. Doing a bit better here on court 11. All right, you'll take it. 4-6 now here for A&M. They've narrowed that deficit. Great to get this one more on serve here as well. Plenty of looks on returns. Look at the hustle. Oh! Great wheels, great point, great communication, great aggression. 7-4 ODU. Meanwhile, deuce point on center court. Vives Marcos Maxted looking to get a break. Lead in that second set. They're down a set to Stanford in our men's double semifinal number 1. So here we go at the turn. 7-5. One break, mini break lead here on 11. Meanwhile, back on center, Vives Marcos and Maxted do get the break of serve. So they lead 3-1 on center court now. Men's semifinal number 1. Meanwhile, it's 7-5 ITA All-American finalist Sasnskaya. Start up Seva. It's better. A&M's found their gear here. 6-7 on court. Meanwhile, gonna text for an update about that cash votes match. Surprised they haven't started yet. Nice poach there. 7-8 now. Again, narrowing that deficit. Dramatic finish here. And if you're Sasnskaya and started to save a first serves, stay aggressive. Keep pressing 2 up. You know A&M's going to be looking to poach. The way you counteract that, take the net from them. Hands in the air. Is that a sarcastic hands in the air? It's a celebration. She'll take it any way she can get it. 9-7 Westhoff. Do it for me, please. Match point here for ODU. The dream fall continues. Sasnaskaya, Startup Seva, first final, I believe, in Old Dominion history here at this event. Indeed, it is, as they advance 3 sets over the A&M pair of Makarova and Goldsmith. That will do it for our day 3 coverage of the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships. Rest assured, folks. We'll be back for Championship Sunday. Holmgren taking on Ferry in our men's singles final. You've got Cayetano taking on Freeman in the women's singles final. Of course, we know now Crawley, Scotty of UNC going to take on the Old Dominion duo. And of course, we're still waiting to find out what our men's doubles final looks like. Of course, a huge shout out to our friends at Track Tennis who help make all of these streams possible throughout the day. You can follow any individual matches still on court now on the ITA website, wearecollegetennis.com, or just Google search ITA Fall Nationals to find the tournament homepage link where you can find, again, each and every individual stream. Can follow all of the scores with our friends at Tennis Ticker. And of course, shout out to everyone on the ITA staff making this event possible. Tim Russell all the way down. Would be impossible for us to do what we do without the support we get from them. With all of that said, couldn't be me without the support I get from super producer Daniel Westhoff on the 1s and 2s. Shout out to him for the work he did all day long, and shout out to all of you fans who interacted with us in the chat, stuck with us here from first ball to last. With all of that said, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our Cracked Rackets coverage of day 3 of the 2021 ITA National Fall Championships.